Okay, folks, for those of you joining me live, I'm going to be a few minutes and just trying to get some content ready for you guys to talk about. So bear with me. What's up, man? I'm going to play footage first from the news from yesterday. I'm just trying to find that for you. We'll get started. Okay. Bear with me for a moment. Let's see. Okay. All right. All right, just getting some footage ready to play in a second. Can everybody hear me okay? If those of you who are live, I gotta share my screen. I don't know if I'll be able to share my screen, so let me see if I can share my screen. Oh, it doesn't look like I can share my screen. That sucks. So I'm gonna play the audio then. Close down the window for a second. All right, folks. And I'll be also going live on TikTok as well. I'm just gonna turn on my TikTok right now. Okay. All right, everybody. So we are live on TikTok. If you haven't followed me on TikTok, so majority of this I was going to try to present on YouTube to show you some video footage and content, but I'm just going to read stuff off because I can't share my screen. But actually, on TikTok, I probably could show the screen of what I'm doing. Let's see if I could do this. Yeah, it's going to be the best way I could do that right now. Let me see. Yeah, so I don't see an option unless somebody knows an option I could change to stream. Okay, cool. So Teddy, sup. All right, let some people have some time to come on. So I'm going to be both on TikTok and YouTube right now, and we're going to talk about what happened yesterday. Technically, it's been happening longer than yesterday because what happened yesterday was just the aftermath of Thursday's pain. Because Thursday is when this thing started happening. Move my screen to talk, and a lot of people, was working and very busy, so they didn't have a chance to even know what was going on. Basically, what was going on is that, some Silicon Valley Bank was actually going default. There's a lot of connection that I'm going to talk about, watching some other stuff that was going on too. And we're going to talk about Coinbase as well, because some things happened on Coinbase last week. I think the last weekend was the 3rd and 4th. Let me see. Yep. So Saturday the 4th. And actually experienced, because I've been listening to a lot of insider people who had some more information to share on what was going on. But I'm actually going to read from BBC News. So this is not further of anything. This is basically what I saw and what I've read so far about what the story is about. Because I first noticed it. I got an email at 5:15 that from one of my investment platforms called Start Engine, that basically, this bank, thinking it's from Silicon Valley per se, nothing to do with Massachusetts, which is far from the truth, because banks are all over the place, depends how nationwide they are. And basically saying that, this bank has gone bankrupt, the government has shut it down, and started Thursday, and even the shares, they said dropped 60% on that day as well. So the video clip I was going to play for you guys, let me see if I can get it. If you could, hopefully you could hear the audio, because the video is not able to go on. So I'll play the audio for you guys to see if you can hear it. Hopefully both TikTok fans and those of you on YouTube can hear it as well. But basically, this was Channel 5 News covering what happened to Silicon Valley. So for those of you who may not be paying attention or know about it.
This bank in the U.S. has been ordered to close by the FDIC. And people trying to get into SVB locations in Massachusetts today were met with this: locked doors, signs, closed. It's not just the bank's customers impacted. You see right here, stocks took a hit. Our Emily Long is live today. The impacts felt really country, Emily. A tough day in the finance world, especially for people who have their money tied up in Silicon Valley Bank. The Wellesley branch here behind me, all locked up tonight. And here in Massachusetts, the situation is the bank's collapse not only affecting Boston's tech economy, but some individual bankers as well. We have the second largest tech ecosystem, following San Francisco. Adrian Mendoza and his wife run Mendoza Ventures, a venture capital firm in Boston. He said the collapse of California-based Silicon Valley Bank will hit tech communities hard. Without payroll, without that, you can't run payroll. So we're definitely going to see massive job loss. SVB's collapse happens quickly. Everything we've seen in the movies, by last night, people were pulling dollars out, and by 2 p.m., the FDIC walked in and the regulator shut the bank down. The nation's 16th largest bank was hit hard by the downturn in tech stock over the last year, as well as the Federal Reserve's plan for aggressive interest rate hikes to combat inflation. As people started pulling out their money, the bank didn't have the cash to cover. The shelves were being pulled faster than the bank actually had. SVB's situation in Massachusetts is unique, where it has 8 Boston branches, 6 formerly Boston Private Bank.
It had individual customers, so there's a genuine concern for Massachusetts citizens.
Massachusetts Secretary of State Bill Galvin says that means individuals, not just businesses, have money tied up in SVB's mess. We saw long lines of people trying to get into branches.
So not a time for panic, but a time for cautious concern.
He says, this is not like the global crisis of 2008. It's critical the federal government...
It's worse, folks. Because we don't want this to spread. We know what happened before.
U.S. Senator Elizabeth Warren just releasing a statement saying, quote, SVB executives must be held accountable for any malfeasance. Customers don't have any access to their cash right now. The federal government insures up to $250,000, but any money more than that is at risk for loss. Senator Warren saying she is in touch with the FDIC about what kind of help will be available for Bay Staters. Robin Wellesley, Emily Maha, WCBD News Center 5. Thank you, Emily. And late word tonight that Silicon Valley Bank Chief Executive Officer Greg Becker sold $3.6 million of company stock under a trading plan less than 2 weeks before today's collapse. He sold 12,451 shares back on February 27th, according to Bloomberg. It is important to point out there's nothing illegal about corporate trading plans. For one, CZ.
Sound like we've heard that one before, folks. We've heard that one before. me switch my camera for those of us who are on TikTok. So what I just played is basically yesterday's 5 o'clock news talking about this story and what happened, because there's a lot of inside information. I'm going to read an article from BBC News next and basically crack it down. And there's some more stuff and more banks that are tied and connected that could also come collapsing. I don't know about you. Again, we're going to have an open discussion and just share some insight, because if you are old enough and lived through 2008, you know what happened last time. And basically a lot of the banks, and the key bank was Leman Brothers, that actually crashed and was, not necessarily crashed, set to fail. So you are going to be the guinea pig that we're going to use. Make America's too big to fail. That was the title, the theme, too big to fail. And, JP Morgan Chase was too big to fail. And it was basically that the derivative swap game that they were being played. Now it's almost similar, but I think right now, again, I'm not a financial person, and we're not giving financial advice on this live here. We're just discussing this problem, what's going on. It was more about, over leveraging, and I know as a business person, and like many of us right now, we are over leveraging. We think we're in a good economy. We're hearing our pundits telling us that we are in a good economy, and even yelling. There's some articles that just came out, something that's popped up saying that, again, we're getting ready to possibly collapse. This is a pending collapse, and overall, on top of everything, folks, we tend to forget that the debt ceiling limit has not been resolved. That is still going on, so you see a lot of banks collapsing. And what's important about this bank, because as a business person, so I'm wearing my company shirt, my main company shirt, Frederick Capital. And what's important to know about that is because a lot of pre-IPO companies, a lot of startup companies, they mentioned Rocket, someone mentioned Rocket Labs, Roku, itself, which is not a company for streaming movies, other stuff. Your TV, smart TV has Roku built into it. Robinhood, I think was mentioned as well. That has some connection ties to these banks. And even myself, when I was looking at, like I said, Coinbase was acting weird. And so, it's always after the fact. And that's why, again, they're not going to tell you when the things are happening right now. You have to have been preparing ahead of time for when stuff happens. And again, many of us who are entrepreneurs, some of us on this line, some of us watching live, we are taking hedge and taking calculated risk and moving our money, doing things differently, and hoping that, the best outcome will come for us. And again, we don't know what the outcome is going to be. We are not banks, so therefore we don't know exactly what is the damage and what the damage is. As I talked to my business partner who's on YouTube right now, we were talking like last night, like we always thought, hey, Silvergate, was going to fail, and other potential collapses. The whole argument of USDC, this and that. Well, USDT, with Tether. Now, the argument and concern now, Circle is attached to that bank. And a few months ago, Circle had a big push as far as credibility for its coin, USDC, because Circle owns USDC, and Circle had a partnership where Apple decided to use Circle's USDC to actually do crypto, transactions. Stable coin. USDC, if you don't know, is a stable coin in the crypto space. So therefore, Apple in their payment system, and again, I'm not an Apple person, you could actually use USDC to make transactions. PayPal uses Bitcoin, some other coins as well. And I think, what's the name? Robinhood does that as well, offer that. I think PayPal may have offered that as well too. So there's a lot of different integration that's taking place with cryptocurrency as well. But when you hear now Circle, who's in trouble now, and you wonder why, now it makes sense, because on the 4th, I was actually trying to do some transaction, and Coinbase said in the middle of the day that they will be shut down. I think it was the 3rd and the 4th, shut down so that they cannot do anything. So I don't know what you're talking about. Those of you live, for that comment, how live and learn. So basically, when I saw, again, this is why we have to be critical thinkers and not just doers, or just, someone says this, and that's why I'm trying to give financial advice, on purpose, and careful what I say, because you have to think out of the box and see for what it is, because there is no bank, there's no business that actually will do maintenance. And again, I have an IT background. So everything is always done. Maintenance is done late nights, off hours per se. And here it is, major incident where Coinbase was actually freezing their accounts. You couldn't do too much transaction during the daytime. And here it is a week later, we are seeing, oh, they were trying to move. And someone else was live I was listening to, they didn't get to move all their money. They have I forgot the exact numbers. It was a substantial amount of money, billions of dollars that was left on the table that they could not transfer over out of Silicon Valley's bank. So that is messed up. We are leveraging too much debt, and I speak for myself too, amongst other people, and that's the traditional route, So for someone to say, oh, banks are just careless, or businesses are careless in that, again, startups need to get capital raised because, again, it's a risk factor they're taking, and you are, as an investor, investing in these companies in hopes that they're going to be successful. I have a lot of pre-IPO investments, So when I saw my email from the CEO of, and I put this on TikTok, you can check that out if you're on TikTok, I got an email saying that, hey, there's this bank, I never heard of this bank that has gone on insolvent. And then Thursday, again, many of us working hard and not paying attention to the news, happy that it was covered. But we're going to go deeper because the BBC News, I love BBC News because I spent my morning, this is what I was reading. And I'm actually, you probably won't, those of you on TikTok, you probably will not see it live. So therefore, you may not be able to see clearly. So I'm going to read it, and I had some highlights that I put in place because it was some interesting stuff that I want to point out. Because the news will give you, snippets of information, but when you're willing to take the time to read, like I've read many articles in the past, you see that there's deeper things behind the scenes. Because one of the banks that was mentioned, and we're going to get to that, is Signature Bank. That could be also in trouble because they have financial ties to Silicon Valley Bank as well. So I didn't have the first portion, so I'm going to skim through what I see. So basically, so the first thing I want to talk about, because what I'm looking at on the screen on, again, bbcnews.com. So bbc.com actually, on the front page, if you go to bbcnews.com, I think it is, or bbc.com is what I'm seeing as the website. The first page, second article, you will see the link to what I'm reading right now. And actually on YouTube, I actually put the full link for that article. Again, very transparent, so you see what's going on and read what I'm reading, because there's no further what I'm going to talk about today. Because, one of the things you hear a lot of people talking about is this FDIC insurance. So in the beginning, they talk about that. Silicon Valley face inadequate liquidity and insolvency. Banking regulations in California, where the firm has its headquarters, said as they announced the takeover, because the feds went in and shut it down. So everybody knows, they should know, that they say every bank right now is FDIC approved to $250,000. So what happens to the rest of your money? It's a question you should ask. So my business partner, he's not able to come on live with me because he just sent me an Instagram post about one of a basketball player. I'm not familiar with his name, so I'm going to probably butcher his name. It's a Bucks star, Giannis, and I cannot pronounce that last name, so my own last name. He has money in 50 different bank accounts, up to the $250,000 limitation, because he knows something. See, and I have to give him kudos, because not too many players, they let somebody else manage their money, or don't even manage the money, just put it in the bank. And you yourself, again, not everybody on this line is probably making $250,000, and that's all good, But the real question for me also, because one of the things in the article, and I don't know where it is right now to say, because say, what about those who are uninsured? Because the banks is going to basically cover the people that's insured, but again, how guaranteed is that? Because a lot of times, and I see the gimmick as someone who's in marketing, we use that gimmick of, promising you to get a full refund, money back guarantee, all that stuff. And as transparent as I am, I'm very direct about stuff. I don't do that BS stuff, because as someone who creating courses, content, some people, they want to feel comfortable in that, or they could take courses later, or you just pay for it now and this and that. And they know that it's a psychology thing that people play on themselves, thinking that they will have time, just like, swipe it now and pay for it later. And they know that most of the time you're going to get caught up, and that's the game they play. and most of the time for courses and other stuff, and this is me, it doesn't have to be you, that people will not take it, or the time will expire, whatever the agreement is made. So I'm very transparent. Like, you have to take risks and invest in yourself, because this $250,000 insurance policy, what about the people right now that the bank is closed? And then when we reach further on, they say Monday, the bank, I think Sunday regulation, then Monday they're going to open to let those who are FDIC insured pull their money out, which is, so what about the rest of us? What does that mean for those who can't pull their money out? So basically, this artist starts. I'm on my way to the branch to find my money right now. The person says, "I could that." That was that the end? No, that wasn't the end. So, in the title, the headline subtitle is basically, this is like the 2008 bank failure crash. And when you talk about that, if you don't remember, this is Leman Brothers we're talking about. Because this feels like the early phases of Leman Brothers. That's how it felt like to me this morning when I was reading this article, because it's getting deep. Let's get into this article here. Okay, it says he managed to get the money wired to. So basically, this business person, again, remember, Silicon Valley has a lot of professionals who have startups that are putting money in that bank. So this person was somehow, he was being interviewed, it looks like, or she was being interviewed, another founder of a healthcare startup. So that's still nothing I didn't know. A lot of healthcare companies, and there was another type of company that was, so I had like half of the article till I got deep in it, so that's why I don't have all of them highlighted. It was healthcare, and maybe it was startups that actually got impacted. So startup companies in the healthcare industry, or just healthcare overall. So again, I don't remember. Again, you can fully read this on what happened, because he said that he was able to pull his money, transfer out, and 40 minutes later, before the deadline, it was pending, but it did clear. And people that came afterwards was not able to pull their money out. It's sad. So for those who don't know, the collapse came after SVB, which is Silicon Valley Bank, said it was trying to raise $2.25 billion yesterday. That was Thursday, to plug the loss by the sale of assets. Now, this is what was interesting when I read that. Mainly, they were talking about when talking about assets trying to sell was U.S. government bonds, which has been affected by higher interest rates. So because of higher interest rates, they bought bonds prior to this buy low, sell high, right? But because the interest is so high, the bonds are not worth as much anymore. So when I saw that, I'm like, damn. So they screwed, because if you sell on an asset, they say they sell on assets, shouldn't they have some capital from selling the asset? Well, selling an asset has a loss, like some of us with real estate. Because again, it's not when you buy, it's when you sell. And many of us fail to understand that. It's not when you buy, it's when you try to sell the house, or if you're in circumstances that forces you to sell, is when you know if you made a good investment or not. So that's the thing, that's where most of us are in that trap, thinking that, oh, whatever investment you think you made a good investment. No, it determines what is the strategy, the exit, what are you trying to do? And that's what happens. So that asset that they so-called sold, the bonds, was not enough money to cover, and therefore they failed. And I think that was Thursday when this happened to them. So it says, concerned that the other banks could face similar problems led to a widespread selling of bank shares globally on Thursday and early Friday. And then they talked about, this is where, okay, I'm skipping ahead, so forgive me. The news caused investors and customers to flee the bank. Shares saw the biggest one-day drop on record on Thursday, plunging more than 60%, and fell further in after-hours sales before trading was halted. When the New York Stock Exchange halts a stock, it's very bad. It was dropping so fast. And remember, again, this is speculation, of course. If you remember, you follow the stock market, the whole fact figures. I forget what time it was. The time when that was happening, they were probably putting breakers, because if a stock is going to fall, all it is some of us waking up, or someone's calling somebody and saying, "Yo, you have shares in this stock," it's plummeting, because the market's going to fall regardless. It's just delayed pain is what's happening, and some people trying to make sense of it. And after hours. So Yellen, of course, says she's watching the situation. Top banking regulation, where the Treasury Department said she expressed full confidence in banking regulators to take appropriate actions in response, and noted that the banking system remains resilient. The banking system is resilient. How the hell is the banking system resilient when Silvergate was in trouble, I think 2 weeks ago, a week ago? Now, Silicon Valley Bank has closed down. And whether or not we don't know, maybe Silvergate may close down, and that will impact me and many other people who are invested, because Silvergate, if you don't know, endorses and supports a lot of crypto bank exchanges. So someone asked in TikTok, how have banks not failed before? Because bonds when fighting inflation. Exactly. That's the joke and the irony. Because and actually, there's a lot of information I'm gonna try to share with you, and there's some things I can, because I have all this video footage. One of them has been on TikTok, and I downloaded it because exactly to your question and statement. Because there was a hearing that just happened recently, and basically, this senator was asking the legitimate, because if you know how the game is played, you are increasing inflation as the government does to hedge against overspending, too much, money in the marketplace. For example, the printing of money the last 2 years due to so-called COVID shutdown. So now you have to stimulate the economy, or over-stimulate, which is what they did in the panic. But now you are trying to deflate the economy by increasing interest rates. So you could say, well, Coinbase, and this is the same argument you could say about, Binance, CZ did the same thing to FTX, and that's why FTX collapsed. While Coinbase must have pulled a lot of money, and a lot of other banks that knew what was going to happen pull a lot of money. Therefore, Silicon Valley had to fall. So it's a dog-eat-dog world. Because everybody's lending your money that you put in, thinking that you're going to work hard and save your money when they're leveraging your money for you. So they talk about the history of the bank, which is, 1983 is when Silicon Valley Bank actually got started. They had 8,500 employees. So they didn't even talk about this. With 8,500 employees at this in a global aspect of Silicon Valley, the company, the bank, there's a lot of people about to get laid off on Monday. A lot of people about to get laid off on Monday. And as sad as it is, this is what, that Senate hearing I was listening to, that is what they want. You guys refuse to stop spending money. They need you to feel the pain, because you ain't listening, and they are going to make us feel the pain. So it goes on to say, even businesses without direct business were affected, like customers of Ripple, a firm that handles payrolls software and has used SVP. It warns that the current payments may face delays, and said he was switching its bank to another bank. So it says SVB's UK subsidiary, UK is mentioned again, said it will be put into insolvency from Sunday evening. That's what I was referring to earlier. So right now, the banks of Silicon Valley that's in the UK, they basically tomorrow, they're going to, I think it's forward right now. It might be tomorrow for them. They're already setting to put on a Sunday. Doesn't this sound like Leman Brothers? I remember I watched that stuff. Late nights, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, they were sitting there determining who the fuck is gonna fail. I can't fail Bank of America. I can't fail JP Morgan. I can't fail this and that, Deutsche Bank. Leman Brothers, your ass a little over leveraged the most. I'm just, again, exaggerating here, but that was part of some of the debates. So again, Sunday, they're about to close down in UK the banks. It goes on to say the Bank of England said Silicon Valley Bank UK would start making payments or accepting deposits in the interim, and the move would allow individual depositors, this is what I was talking about, to be paid up to 85,000 francs from the UK's deposit insurance scheme. 85,000, I don't know what that is from UK to US dollars, but 85,000 francs, or EU, excuse me, euros. That's what that symbol stands for. SVB UK has limited presence in the UK, and no critical function supported the financial systems. So, all right. So this is where, let me see. This is where I started highlighting stuff. So let me start from there. Did I get to? Yeah, I think I got to yelling already. All right, so let me go here. The company is in partnership nearly half of the U.S. venture-backed technology and healthcare. That's what I was trying to get to. So, as an entrepreneur who's in pre-IPO investments, again, people that's trying to create startups that got affected, and they need cash flow. That's why we invest in these companies. They got closed, and those companies are going to be affected. Now, the big problem again depends on the kind of platforms you are on. You pay for investments. That's all they guarantee, because there's the whole discussion of, okay, is it the company's fault that they went bankrupt? Because the companies they're doing good. I'm talking about these pre-IPO companies, startups, versus now you have the bank itself that closed. That's a different twist. So does people like us who are investors, are we screwed over as well too? Because we've already paid the money to help this company grow. Now, it's a trickle effect that's getting ready to happen. And this is why it's important I'm doing this video right here for you guys. So again, venture-backed technology companies and healthcare companies that are listed on the New York Stock Exchange last year, especially last year, that's who they say in this article that's been affected by this. All right, let me go to the next portion, because I'm just going to skip through this article of different things that I wanted to talk about. But as rates rise, the value of existing bond portfolios typically declines, which is what I was talking about earlier. Those falls mean many banks are sitting on significant potential losses, though the change in value would not typically be a problem unless other pressures force the firms to sell the holdings. There's about to be some other pressures, because now maybe not too many people are paying attention or don't get. Because I didn't even think that I'm in Massachusetts, that even Massachusetts banks, like that video I was trying to play for you on the news, again, it's on TikTok. If you want to follow me at Entrepreneurship, or excuse me, at Multipreneur on TikTok, you could find me with my company logo for my book, Why Entrepreneurship, something I talked about many years ago. The bank run caused it, right? Yeah. So two things. The what I just said right there. This is someone made a comment actually about the bank run caused it. Well, it's the aftermath of people's, oh shit, the banks are in trouble, running to pull your money out, which is what started. But what really started, like I said, the big firms that have billions upon billions of dollars trying to move their money out, or those who are in the know that pull their money out. Now, when you have too many people pulling the money too fast, because remember, the banks don't have your money in the bank. You put your money in there, and I think 8 to 9 times, whatever it is, they already lend it out as soon as they do that. So you are setting yourself to fail. I would have played the video earlier, Chris. So now that people, so come Saturday right now, or depending where you are, Monday, people start to wake up. More people are reading. Maybe who's pushing this new information now? That's reading, because again, it was Friday night. My email was already blasting, and people even on TikTok, which I was on TikTok, was already talking about this topic since even late Thursday. So those of us who start to understand what's the ramification that their banks are closed, because now also is watching, like I said, the Leman effect. Who else? What other banks are in jeopardy that have ties to Silicon Valley Bank? That's when the bank run starts kicking in, because now too many people are pulling their money at once, and the banks don't have enough money to cover it. Because remember, money is also digital, not the physical and the crypto space digital. Money is being loaned out, transferred to other accounts. I don't go to my job and say, I want my money like the old school days that we used to do, and then put it in the bank. It's wire transfers being taking place this now, So it's dangerous. That's what you're saying. The bonds wouldn't have been an issue yet if it wasn't for the banks run. Yeah, the banks run because, thousands upon millions of dollars is lent out all the time, every single day, transacted, SWIFT system, all that stuff. It's the people, when you have all of that, because they have to hold a certain amount of reserves. And they know that because they already expected, okay, who's about to do a transfer, payroll is being done, this and that. So now when they have an unexpected amount of people pulling their money out, that's when the shit hit the fan, as the saying goes. That's when the problems start, because now they don't have enough money to cover it. And how do you tell someone, this is the BS, how do you tell someone who's putting on their money in the bank, I can't pay you? You mean, wait a minute, you the bank, you can't pay me? What do you mean you can't pay me? That's when problems are. So let me stop right there, because again, I watch a lot of content information in different places, because one of the gentlemen that I follow and listen to, also professional person who gives some good stuff, talked about Nigeria. I've been talking about Nigeria as well for a long time, and stuff I'm reading about, watching. Even YouTube has a lot of things. People have been complaining about what's going on in Nigeria. Lebanon as well has issues with people switching over to the CB word. And now, yesterday, the video I was watching, which is sad, bank tellers are climbing off the walls of the bank from the back side, because on the front side, people are protesting. They actually want to know where the hell is their money. So the video footage, someone again will take it as a joke, this and that. What happened, if you go back a little bit, for those of you who don't know what's going on in Nigeria, that people do not go to this credit card swipe and nonsense. They just use cash, physical currency. We're moving fully to a digital. So for those of you who refuse to accept the truth, cryptocurrency is going to be here to stay regardless. So here it is, a country, like even my own country, not too many people are not banking. There's a whole thing about, there's the uninsured, the unbanked. There's so many people that's unbanked, and the system wants to change that so they could make sure they're watching and monitoring your money and what is going on. And they could use the excuses of money laundering and all that crap, whatever. It's, again, other things, social credit score that's coming about for those who refuse to understand those things. So all these things are coming about. So now Nigeria, they forced that CB word on them, and then they wasn't using it. So what did they do? They started limiting how much money they could take out from the ATM machines. As of the other day, what I was hearing, that they stopped the ATM machines now. They want you to fully, it's like that whole transition stuff. Listen, this is the new thing we're doing. You guys got to start using this and that. And a lot of people, whether or not they're plugging in, self-aware. This is why, again, I cater to small business, to try to help you transition, to understand, trying to avoid the scams, the pump and dump nonsense that goes on in this digital world that we are in. And people refuse to do that. They refuse to use that CB, digital money. And therefore, they're rioting left and right. In Lebanon, I watch a video, they're burning down banks. I'm not going to tell you better not go try to do that in the US here, but they are doing that already, Plug in Canada. Canada, they're talking about austerity measures. France, austerity measures, which is the word they used many years ago when Greece was going through that. And they're talking about, oh, you need to be a little older, 2 years. Give us 2 more years to retire from 65 to 67. That's all. You want 2 more years for what? The gimmicks, folks. You can't let yourself get played by the gimmicks. So Lebanon is going through their own issues right now. Many people are not paying attention. You think it's not your problem. It will eventually be your problem. And people are going to go nuts. So let me go on to read this article from BBC News. Again, those links are available on YouTube. If you want to follow me on YouTube. And it's what? Sweetness 26. It's everyone's problem. Thank you. It is everyone's problem, because we are a global economy now. Everything that's going on globally impacts everyone around us, because that's how distribution of money is taking place, and that's what fluctuates the impact. So you are so right about that, and people need to pay attention to. And I'm trying to help educate some small businesses to wake up and pay attention to this stuff, because I really believe they're going to play us last. And again, it's a good hedge, you could say, because if you are open-minded and serious about your financial future, you are watching what's happening. You could do things, people buy gold, people buy silver, people protect their assets in trust and other stuff that they do, per se. My own personal strategies that I've done. And actually, Friday, I had, good, salary paycheck transferred over. But there's something else. And this is why I say I don't like to give financial advice, and I don't want to intend to, especially in a public space, to give it, because I don't know where you are. Because what happened also, and there's an article clip I'm going to share with you, because one of my cold storage platforms sent me a notification that, hey, USDC, and I'm not going to talk about it when I finish up, because it's very important. And that's why, again, where you are determines what action you'll take. And some of us, because I could tell you something, strategy today, and if you're not financially literate, independent, because when I say that, it's not that I mean it will. I know you will not take action upon yourself. In this digital world, there's a lot of education that you need to partake on to be aware. Because here it is, something I thought trying to cover my heads, right? And now they tell me, because this is where that circle story comes from. Circle pulling at you, I'll give you exact numbers, pulled a lot of money out. And now there's also a question, is USDC safe? Because we talked about USDT, Tether in the past, USDC, the US dollar. Is that safe? That's crypto on top right now for those who don't know. So let me go back to the article. So I'll come back to that, okay? So the article goes on to say shares in some major banks recovered on Friday, but sell-off continues to hit smaller firms. See that? Smaller firms forcing trading halts names such as Signature Bank and others. This article did not list the others. That's dangerous. Because any other bank, who knows the partnership and the things they do together behind the scenes. Any one bank can be the other, and that's scary. The article goes on to say, banks that specialize in single industry, which I don't know what that means, industries are seen as vulnerable to rapid withdrawals, like the one that hits SVB. Article goes on to say Silicon Valley Bank would not have lost, to someone's question and comment, lost money if they had run out of cash to give back to their customers. Exactly. That's what causes the bank run. The average Joe should be fined. The article says, oh, it's so funny. The average Joe had but he said tech firms would likely find it even harder to raise money. And that's true because tech firms, like someone myself, who I heavily invest in pre-IPOs and around the tech industry, that's where my majority of my investments are in, because I know technology, been in technology for a long time, so they are heavily capitalized. What does that mean? It means that I always use Airbnb as an example. Airbnb is a tech company, and some people say, well, no, it's not. See, again, strategy, different philosophy. They have, even when I was doing Airbnb and I looked at the back end, I was more impressed with the back end because the strategy that people are using now, co-hosting, managing your hosting, so that I saw the vision that they had as an investor, that this company, they knew what the hell they were doing. They were also planning for the future. So they rely heavily on data, like, for example, Airbnb is not a partner of them, but people who seriously want to invest in Airbnbs, strategy-wise, know many people right now popping Airbnbs left and right. Got to be careful. Got to be careful. And one of the things I always say, folks, the philosophy of the 20th century does not work for the 21st century. You got to stop listening to bullshit people that's telling you, like someone on the live one time talking about accredited investing. The philosophy, the game has changed. Anybody today can become an investor, and the terminology has changed. You don't have to be a multimillionaire in assets or in banking funds in your bank account to actually be an accredited investor. So now Airbnb, for example, changed the game because they are heavily technology. It took them 10 years plus 12 years actually to go public. A lot of companies in the tech sector takes that much time, on average 10 years. That's why I tell my clients, 10 years. It's not going to be overnight success. It's not no pump and dump BS. This is real investment, old school money, like I like to say, because it takes time to develop and test, practice, and put out good quality services, products, and so on. So for people that sitting there trying to rush to make money, that's not real money that's made. Real money takes time to grow, and have it actively making money for you, So I have pop up on my screen here an article, because I talked about this in the past, and actually because you guys are on TikTok, I'm going to show it to you. For my screen here, because people, again, I never talk out of turn and BS people with information. This was an article actually January 6, 2023, and it's actually, this is a Decrypt. Decrypt is a crypto educational free news information. Again, Senator Ted Cruz wants vendors to accept Bitcoin in the Capitol. Yeah, crypto is a scam. And one person in another village store said in the hundreds, folks, and for those of you on YouTube, going back to, again, SVB collapsing the bank, one of the things, when talking about strategies and also being very careful who, what advice you're trying to give to people, it's not, especially on a public scale. In the 1900s, the U.S. government confiscated people's gold from its citizens, so how is it safe to have gold? That's very interesting. So that's why I ain't trying to go tell you go buy gold or this and that. Like just like many things, strategies that I do. Because if you never own gold, you don't even know where to start and begin and what to do or who to go to. But at the same time, you're gonna have gold. Maybe you want to let mold fall on it. Put it in proper condition. Just like me mining, cryptocurrency. You want to change your environment, make sure it's a nice, cool, neutral temperature before you do that. So what I'm showing right now is another thing today, just a few minutes before I actually went public. Something was posted, came out of my newsfeed. This is from the IP Insider Paper, news, you could say blog, whatever it is, online. And it says, yes, you do hear those miners going. Stop being nosy. Someone's put a comment, I hear those miners going. Yeah, and I put a skinny a little warm in here. But let me get back to damn it. Yeah, I always have to try to isolate myself when I talk because I have my mind is working for me. So it says just in Yellen warns U.S. House members of economic collapse from default, and it's in dash Reuters from Reuters saying this. Yeah, Monday is going to be a bitch. People, again, and actually another article, video on TikTok, actually, CNBC was talking about it, and someone posted that up, and it's that serious, folks. That's serious. So let me see what else I got to share with you, and basically done. Any comments, questions? Let me see. So there's some other stuff I want to talk about. Student loans. But before I do that, let me go over each one of these. So for those of you who are watching again on TikTok, you can see this right on the screen.
Bill Gates' land purchases have been well documented. He owns over 270,000 acres of U.S. farmland. Jeff Bezos, he owns 420,000 acres in West Texas. Mark Zuckerberg owns 1,500 acres in Hawaii. And in recent days, he was joined by Oprah Winfrey, who purchased now in total close to 1,000 acres on the island. Now, obviously, they're rich and they're famous. They can do whatever they want with their money. But we couldn't help but ask, what do they know that we don't? I think the best guess for a lot of people is perhaps self-preservation. Unlike investments that are subject to the whims of the stock market, land is forever. It provides food, water, timber. It's a reliable investment. It's going to be there forever. But it also reveals they don't think that this economy run by this president, frankly, is going to recover, or that America will even regain its past economic glory. It's pretty pessimistic. Perhaps that's what we should be worrying about more than anything. Here now is Ned Ryan, CEO.
I'm going to stop it from there. Again, that was from the Fox News talking about how many people are buying. I shouldn't say people. This is not ordinary people. For those of you who didn't see it on YouTube, basically a clip from TikTok I saw, I think it was yesterday or today, basically reiterating some key points that people keep missing, because all this stuff is connected, folks. I think banks are collapsing, economy is in shambles, more or less, and someone's telling you otherwise. I don't know who Dion, you may know me too well. Yeah, some kid you like is nice, good miner. It's not what I'm mining right here. But basically, you hear, and actually, for the first time I heard, what's his face? Oprah Winfrey, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, they all are buying. Oh, you put my ebook. Oh, Dion, now you remember. I'm sorry, Dion. I'm trying to, that's why it's hard for me to think. See, Dion got my ebook, so he knows what he's talking about. Yeah, I don't talk about stuff publicly, but like I said, you invest in yourself. Did you get a lot of value from that ebook so far? Give me a thumbs up if you did, man, because and definitely I want to give you some insight, questions, comments you may have later on. We will switch after we finish to talk about some mining because, yeah, I remember you did. And again, I'm very true on to what I talk and teach and preach, but I will never do it out of disrespect to FOMO you into whatever project I'm in. So you give me 2 thumbs up exactly because I'm not about the BS. I'm not about the hype, So again, with all the hell that's going on right now, folks, this is potential amongst the many things that the gold that you do, the silver that you do, the trust environments that you put your money into, different platforms, different exchanges, this and that. Mining, to me, as I try to teach, help small businesses wake up and realize this is a solvent potential as we transition over to a full digital world, and that's why I wrote the ebook. Again, it's a focus on small business, but everybody can start somewhere. I'm not trying to tell you to go blow your load in the sense of blow your fuse by getting a high-end professional miner, because that is something in the next part of part 2 of my ebook I'll be writing for advanced mining, because there is a difference of strategies and how you go about. Because Dion, you probably could confirm that if you read throughout the whole ebook, which is a short ebook, it's a lot of mindset of understanding what you should look for, not what you should go be buying because I'm telling you what to buy or have an invested interest in buying. It's just the education to help you. Just like, again, not giving you financial advice on this platform or any platform, but we can have private consultations about things, because you got to engage who you are and where you are, and also what is your limitation. What is your risk tolerance? We don't talk about risk tolerance enough, because our risk tolerance for what? You see, I'm a high risk tolerance. Like, I dumped a lot of money in trying something for the first time, and even after I did, I say, man, should I have done 50%? And because in exchanges, when you buying coins or transferring coins to cold storage or to another exchange to do whatever you're going to do, the strategy is drop a little small, transfer, make sure it's covered, this and that, before you go dump a big amount of money transfer. So, like the gentleman who's the Bucks basketball player, he has 50 bank accounts, and I have a lot of different business bank accounts as well as personal accounts. For that reason, I went to the bank, I got bank accounts shut down and stuff happened to me, and I take responsibility for it as well. But at the same time, it's not, they just automating shit. They're not even trying to help your ass out. They're just like, close it, this and that. Because everybody, and they said because what happened Thursday and Friday, the bank started doing stuff rapidly now, because now everybody wants to, and I won't be surprised, again, me pure speculation, that the banks are forcing every bank to have enough collateral. Stop loaning out money, folks. And again, even as a strategy, that's some of the tips I'm going to put in one of my trainings that's free on YouTube in the future. Those of you who want to subscribe, please feel free to subscribe. I'm a big training that I did about the crypto seasons and cycles to know, different strategies. When you are in a bear market, you shouldn't be taking kind of risks like this. Because again, this is that whole mentality where the government wants to continue raising interest rates, inflation, because we are comfortable. As someone said, the other day, and I put my TikTok video talking about that. Too many of us are too comfortable, and that's part of the problem. You don't want us to see the hiccups. You don't want to see the battles, the BRIC nations fights. Actually, I had the Congress Gov articles about what is going on behind the scenes between the CB word and actually, cryptocurrency regulation. But it's happening, and we need to be mindful of that, and we're not. I'm going to switch the screen again for those of us on TikTok, because this is what I'm talking about here. Again, if you haven't done this research, go right there to congress.gov's website. Again, this is no fake news. It's an article S.AMDT.4831. And basically, it's a powerful article that just talks about the ongoing battle. And if it's the right one I'm thinking about, because there was 2 of them that we read, that Congress and House of Representatives and Senate, They are actually trying to stop the federal government from transitioning us over to the CD word, which, for those of you who don't realize, yeah, it sounds like the government's trying to fight on our behalf. But again, the question is, what government, which government? Because the battle is, the Federal Reserve is its own entity, if you didn't know that. You know, the Federal Reserve had Jesse, I don't know if Jesse's on it. The Federal Reserve is its own entity, fighting against the government. The U.S. government is fighting against the federal government because we don't know that. We're not financially literate enough to realize for the most part. So when people listen to the news, oh, it ain't gonna happen to me. As you see it, I just that bank. Oh, I don't have that bank. Well, I have something that talks about Wells Fargo too. Let me find it for you. Before I do that, so again, I'm just going to the clips of video images I had set for you guys. So one of the reasons why we are where we are too is accountability. You can't say accountability comes and starts with my teacher, my school, because see, as you get older, you have to take accountability at some point for yourself. And accountability, as I also learned this information last year, you know, but again, understood the financial game that's being played every single day on us because we refuse to take our own responsibility for our own financial freedom. This is basically another screenshot from the federal government that talks about the total financial assets. Now, what was alarming, why I'm going to talk about this, of why the banking system is where it is, because they're all related, folks. Student loan debts. This is the U.S. income, how the U.S. accumulates its assets. The biggest amount of that pie chart that we're right here, for those of you who are on TikTok, student loans, 45% of the revenue, the government's revenue comes from student loan debt, meaning your ass still owns student loans. So let's get deeper. So I'm going to another screenshot that I took, and it breaks down those other percentages. U.S. official reserve asset is 3.6. Checkable deposits and currency, 11.1%. Other loans and events, 7.7%. Total mortgages, 4.6%. The government knows why it's not be in the mortgage business. But look at that, baby. Student loan debt, student loans overall, Freddie Mac and Freddie Mae back in the day, 45%. That's where they make the money from. Corporate equities, 1.4%. Trade receivables, 2.5%. Taxes receivable, 60. So the second highest is taxes. And then the third, checkable deposits and currency, 11.1%. Then we go back to the last one, total miscellaneous assets, 7.6%. Your debt comes from student loans. That's what the government is saying. That's how they make their money from it. There is a thing that I want to, any comments, questions, both on TikTok and on YouTube. And, there was one more thing I'm about basically done to wrap up. You know, something I mentioned. Oh, I don't have it. Let me see. Oh, I didn't pull it in time. Let me switch back. Let me see if I can find it. Feel free to leave a comment. I'm see if I can read if someone wants to make a comment. I'm listening, or you ready for the switch? I'm just about done because actually, you're welcome, man. To talk about crypto, if you, Dion, you here, if you want to ask any questions, since you actually read the ebook and saw the value of what I put in the ebook. So I'm just gonna, I plug my phone. I'm gonna try to pull a picture if I can. I can't remember. It was let me see if I can find it. Oops. Sorry, I don't want to mess up my TikTok. Let me see if I can find this clip for everybody, because it was very important in the telltale sign, and it was the article. Let me see. Too many screenshots. So many people are probably asking themselves, again, what do I do? Again, I can't tell you what to do because, like I said, this is what I'm trying to find for, because there is so many things that you have to pay attention to. Because I could tell, oh, there it is. I could tell you something right now, but it will not matter. So this is about the information. Watch this. Switch my screen. So I'm actually pulling up another screenshot. For those on TikTok, you can actually see it. It says Circle burned more than 700 million USDC, which is USDC. Circle is the creator of USDC. According to Well Alert, Circle has burned a total of $708 million. I'm not going to read the rest of the numbers of USDC in the past 6 hours. Yep. 311. So that was this morning. I took the screenshot this morning. And it shows you 310. So okay, that was yesterday when this article came out. This is my notification from one of my crypto wallets. Please be aware of the liquidity risk of USDC. I didn't say it. My cold storage app sent me this notification. That's how serious stuff is right now, folks. But that's the reality. I am done. Any other comments, questions? So there is no right or wrong way, and also even when it is, you have to have another strategy of activity, because there is no more set it and forget it. You have to pay attention, you have to plug in, and you also have to see, is my strategies diversified enough for me to protect my assets? You know, what I did, I took a risk, but because I researched and I'm very financially educated in what I was doing, and I was not afraid of failing, because every failure is a lesson. See, I didn't go blabbing my mouth and tell you go do this and that. I did it. Now my private clients, I could go and tell them, here's some of the options, because there's about 7 also different platforms, and this was one of them I chose to move my money to. You know, guess what? When I tried to do months ago a video on this topic, TikTok blocked it. Still blocked, pending. So one of the things people talk about, you know, free speech. I know my rights. You think you know your rights. Many of us think we know our rights. You ain't got no rights. Because when it's time to enforce and enact those rights, do you find that you do not know your rights? So, man.
You want to battle?
Excuse me? I'm not here for battle or nothing, man. So I don't know. I thought you were here for something else, bro. No. You disconnect. All right. So someone just came up, pop up my live. So again, this is the reality, you know. Talking about business, someone actually talking about, you know, entertainment stuff. I'm not about entertainment, I'm talking about education, self-education. You know, because again, there's a lot of distractions out there, and trying to give you advice when you're not ready, and also the transactions of things you need to do. Because after this call, I got some other business stuff I got to do to protect my assets and move some money around. You know, this is a serious game, you know, and there's so many parties involved in whatever side you want to believe in, intentionally or not intentionally, to fail our system. When you look at it, there's no other way to say it, but, you know, it feels and looks like our system is collapsing in every direction that you look and turn. That's what it looks like. You know, you could lie to yourself. You could hide under a rock and play the, oh, I didn't hear that. I don't want to hear that. our food systems. Actually, the reason why I shared with you the Bill Gates and many others. I've heard Bill Gates since 2020. Why the hell is he buying all this land? What is your interest? You're a technology company. You've been in TED Talk talking about all this business about the human population is a bit too much. And again, that was several years ago. Real investors plan ahead, far in advance. So my strategy that I'm doing right now versus what I did many months ago was planned out. Now I'm about to change my plans. And that's what it takes for you to be financially free. Because someone is always playing the game and you have to still be in it and not sitting there and you're going to set it and forget it thinking that you're good. Because that just came into my attention. And we just saw SVB. And again, I don't know if that person's probably not even here right now that talking about they were good when I was doing my live last Thursday, Friday, what it was. Imagine the same conversation today and haven't seen that. Nobody knows what's coming about for sure. Nobody has that crystal ball to know for sure. That's why you have to do a lot of things to diversify your portfolios, your investments, and everything is at risk. My risk tolerance of what I'm doing is far different. And I couldn't go and tell you, oh, do this and that. Go spend money in mining. I'm not about that shit. I would never do that. That's as someone with integrity and ethics and morals and how I do business, that is wrong. Many of you are not even prepared to do what I'm doing. And some of the stuff is basic, nothing heavy duty. But other people will tell you to do some other dumb shit. Because whether or not to fudge you, to push you, because again, I talk about risk tolerance. Because your risk tolerance versus my risk tolerance is two different things. If you haven't been in life enough to endure pain and go through some shit, then you don't know what it takes to make it. Monday morning, a lot of families are fucked. Let me repeat that. Monday morning, a lot of families are fucked. God forbid you both work in the same company. I talked about that 15 years ago in my Entrepreneurship book. It's very dangerous for both of you and your partner, your spouse, both of you working in the same company today. In this economy, it's very dangerous. SVB Bank just collapsed. And it might take a lot of other banks. And let me try to wrap up and close on somebody else wants to ask any questions, switch topic. We haven't talked about FTX. What the hell's going on? My partner, said very well. The amount of money right now, we haven't begun to hear the damage of Silicon Valley Bank. The amount of money that's lost, that we should all be in uproar, is worse than if they said in the beginning, 2008 real estate debacle. Also, again, I don't know all the numbers, but that's a bigger. And another thing too, it's not cryptocurrency. Y'all could say a lot of shit about cryptocurrency because that's the narrative. Cryptocurrency is bad. You're getting ready to be funded into another system, but they're going to tell you. But when FTX was in the crypto space, yeah, we need to save minorities. That's the new narrative, because cryptocurrency was about, oh, it's a scam, this and that, when there's so many things happening behind the scenes. So why are so many news companies discussing that? Billions upon billions of dollars of real assets, real public traded companies. The stock market probably, because if you remember the article, again, I encourage you again, if you come in late on YouTube, I'm on live right now, you could actually see the link to the BBC News article at Why Entrepreneurship is my YouTube channel. You could actually join, sign up. Again, some other content I'm going to be releasing from my crypto season cycles. I've been very busy, so I haven't had a chance to focus on that stuff and other things I'm working on. But that's a free training that I've done in the past. And I probably will do it again because Bitcoin's going down. A lot of the markets are going to go with it. Some of the best people on this TikTok platform, probably some on YouTube, I haven't been on YouTube a lot lately, have educated you or given you some free educated information of possibilities, not financial advice, this and that, what could happen. And one of them is not even online right now. It's just happening to him probably. Hopefully not. a good person was educating you that your ass may see a 10 to 12, well, 12 to 14,000, and that's a safe, number of Bitcoin going down. So for those of you who are not deep into cryptocurrency, before you hear the BS narrative that they're going to play, because this is an important story that's worse than what's going to happen to Bitcoin. Because this Bitcoin crash coming about is all planned, because big boys are about to get in there. So don't get crying, be flooded by people pumping you with BS coins, tokens, or this and that, because they need a narrative to cash out and sucker you in. Be careful, because right now I'm watching the charts. I don't talk about charts. I know how to do charting. I'm not an expert, and I'll never. That's why I don't talk about it publicly. But I know my shit. There's a big M, for the actual term they call it. Not double bottom, but I feel like I'm not even gonna go there because again I'm not good at the verbiage, but I know what it means. Basically, double top, if I get it right, of the Bitcoin going down. And if it's the prediction and the expectation that we've talked about with the attachment of Silicon Valley Bank, attachment of Circle, which is attached to USDC, S&P 500, we're gonna feel some pain coming up. Again, all that stuff with the news, the Fed news coming out. Someone told me about farm reports, farm goods, all this stuff. Like I said, there's many connections. You can't just assume and try to go one route and say, "Oh, I'm good because I did this and that." There's no guarantees, and no one should try to give you one, cookie cutter solution to things. I do a lot of different things. And back in the day when I remember being young, people say, "Oh, you're crazy. You're doing so many things." Yeah, I'm ADHD, and well, a lot of wealthy people are ADHD, because they are willing to take a risk, and also wealthy people. And I practice wealth principles today as I work towards that for my family. They don't rely on one income stream, one source, one point of failure. They never rely on that. That's why the brother in the basketball Milwaukee Bucks, 50 different bank accounts. I never heard of a player doing that. That's smart. Some people will say that's stupid and crazy, right? He's going to lose $250,000 in one bank if that was SVB, one of these banks. And again, some of you may not even understand banking anymore. Some banks are digital. I remember I tried to go to an African American bank years ago, and no, we don't have a physical bank. It's online. This is like almost 3 to 4 years ago. That was a clue because I pay attention. And now a lot of banks, they're going to collapse the banks. The banks are condensing just like Leman Brothers happened. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning, folks. Shit is about to fall. The cracks. And let me say it again for those who came in late. We have not, let me repeat, we have not settled the debt ceiling. We have not settled the debt ceiling. And again, that Senate hearing I was talking about earlier, it's very interesting, that narrative that's being said, because, you're busting a government politician for increasing interest rates to increase inflation. But at the same time, we know what his narrative as a senator is, to actually possibly, again, speculative, to actually do what? Get the printing press back on. You got to ask those questions that you refuse to ask yourself. Why is the government not just going again to print more money? There's an important reason why. Pay attention to BRIC nations. So now they are not increasing the debt ceiling. They are doing bail-ins, more or less. It's slowly happening to a lot of banks. And if you want to look at a different way of bail-ins, like Kraken got cracked, call it that, and what they did. Nexo, was it Local Bitcoin, I think was the name of the other one, and many things, Oh, and actually, Another person I was listening to saying that they're trying to go after, again, Coinbase, which is a publicly traded company, you are not compliant. So therefore, you can't do X, Y, and Z. Pay attention to, those are all financial news, financial information that will have an impact on everything that we do. Because the narrative is still in the air. We haven't gone through the pain. We're about to go into the pain right now, folks. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to stop the live unless anybody has any comments, questions, or if you want to ask me a question about mining, it's all good. Even those of you who are on YouTube as well. And let me tell you something, from a spiritual standpoint, because I'm in a different place in my life. You could pray all you want, but without works and doing some activity for your financial freedom, because this has nothing to do with God. This is man's screwing up, mankind screwing up humanity for their own agenda, for their own narrative where they're trying to take us to. So don't blame God also. It is not God, it's mankind doing this shit to us. Because God don't have no business with money, couldn't give a damn about money. So we are living in this earth, so therefore you also need to take action to become financially literate. I can't stress that enough to all of you. You need to become more financially literate. Pay attention to people like us, read books. Again, I'm very proud because we can't do a real discussion because not everybody is meant to be free. Not everybody will seek to be free. So your free information or someone else gives some free information, it all varies because at the end of the day, they don't know you. They could go tell you, jump off the top of the roof and you go do it. And that's metaphorically saying, but they fail to tell you, you should have put a parachute on. Oh, well, it's common sense. Well, is it common sense? Because I don't know where you are. How do I engage someone who's randomly person on, and actually, Dion, if you're still here, when I got a referral, say, hey, you interested in my ebook? I just try to help you as much as I can. I didn't even know that you had purchased the ebook. And if you're my TikTok, you could actually go on my crypto if you're interested in crypto mining. You can at least get some, understanding and vision of where to look at, not what to sell, what to buy, but understanding. It's right there in the profile. Actually, some of the links on my YouTube channel in the bio to get pre-IPO investment education. I used to talk about Boxable, and that link, click on YouTube. Those of you who are on my bio page, there's a bunch of different links you could check out, stuff, information like that. Because I'm here just to give you a general education. I'm never going to tell you what to do. Even if you have private consultation, I'll give you a lot of options and the strategies and philosophies of those options, but never, you have to do this and that. Once you make a decision, then you should pay attention to what you should do, this and that. Never go buy based on the brand. Never go buy based on the coin. I'm big about utilitarian coins and what they could do, and all of it is speculative. You have to make a choice for yourself. But I'd rather educate you because I'm an educator first, and I refuse to be just a teacher just to tell you, do this and do that. Because doing this, doing that, like I just showed you about USDC, has just changed. We don't know which one's going to fail. We thought Apple, in partnering with USDC for their coins on their pay app, was smart. But look what's happening now. Circle's in trouble. And hopefully Circle pulled out enough money because there was several billions of dollars that was left there that couldn't be transferred. That's not good. So about to wrap it up, but we're just talking about what's going on with the Silicon Valley news. And again, if you didn't catch me earlier, check out the BBC News. On the front page, there's a link. I'm good, man. There's a link. I'm also live on YouTube as well because I've been reading since last night, watching stuff. And then this morning I read the BBC News article. There's a lot of banks that are tied to this shit that's about to, the damage, for me personally, feels like Leman Brothers, bro. If you probably old school like me, been around. If you remember Leman Brothers, this was that Saturday. I remember I have the movie. I might just, based on how much stuff I have to do today, I might just go watch the movie again for a refresher. That's how serious this shit is about to become. Because we thought it was going to be Silvergate. Silvergate happened. Not too much ramification. You do, yeah. You know, that's where wisdom come in from experience. Exactly, bro. Because the ramification, Signature Bank was mentioned in this article, again, unbiased article, and they talk about healthcare companies, pre-IPO companies. So startup companies are being affected right now by this collapse, and it's gonna get bad. 85,000 employees, as they said, basically will be affected. And in UK has a branch. I'm sorry, Ukraine, excuse me, not UK. Has a branch out there that they say Sunday evening. They're gonna probably might be the next day. I don't know the time zone situation. They may, or they're not may. They're gonna close down and make SVB insolvent out there. So the ramification just getting started. Again, for those of us who's chilling Friday night and Saturday, not watching the news like I am, I wake up reading articles, understanding what's going on. I can't talk out of my ass if I don't know my shit. I gotta go watch, educate from people who know more. I just saw an article on. I just put some TikTok videos. I did 3 TikTok videos back to back yesterday night as I was learning some stuff because there was so much news. I've never heard of that bank. I'm in Massachusetts. There was a news report. I shared that earlier. If you came late, it says, "I hope all will be well with your investments." I'm not associated because I have 5. Again, I talk about diversifying. I'm well diversified, but you should never be cocky to say you diversify enough. To me, as much as I have a lot of different potential income streams, but again, these are delayed gratifications waiting to happen. So as far as what can happen, this and that, everything is a risk. That's why, again, it's not my role to tell you what to do. Again, could do it privately, private sessions per se, engage in who you are, where you are, and where you are financially to understand the strategy. Because there's nothing worse than a fearful person with a gun saying that, "Stop, I got a gun. I'm gonna, get out of my neighborhood, get out of my house, this and that," and you don't know how to use it. And someone's gonna realize that. So when you're loaded with information, when you're not properly trained and properly educated in understanding different strategies, because doing one thing, even as I continue to learn financial literacy in my state of my life right now, they still are the levels because I'm working towards being very financially literate. Getting to that BNI quadrant like I've been doing for the last couple of years. And again, you have to be willing to fail. You have to be willing to put some risk. Like this weekend, Friday, I took a big investment risk. If you didn't hear me say that, and it panned out. Because imagine me was a banker. I had different banks as well, and exchanges at home I'm part of to diversify my portfolio. But imagine you get a paycheck from your job, like some of us, those 85,000 people right now, who didn't pay attention. Because I work at the bank, I don't see nothing wrong with my bank. Or actually, I can get to show you what you the Wells Fargo article. I don't know where it is right now, because Wells Fargo also there was something mentioned about them. I can't remember what it is right now, and that's another situation that you have to be careful for. And they're the same one that's going to try to help minorities people with their mortgages. Where's the Wells Fargo? So everything is on the table, So the start engine was the email I got from the CEO itself, and I put that on TikTok because he also was trying to tell people that's in whatever platform. They didn't mention the platform these people on. There's a lot of different type of investments, and like somebody was saying, yes, some places, yeah, you have to be an accredited investor. There's different levels for every level of success that you get to. See there? So majority of the platforms, again, I'm not a wealthy. Yeah, I want to post that. Thank you. And some requires And based on your level, and again, some free training that I put in my back, and if you go to my bio on TikTok, I have a Boxable, and on YouTube too, I put a Boxable link directly, and actually I have a whole funnel you could check out and give a free training of what to pay attention to, because Boxable, but I haven't had time to even talk about new stuff going on Boxable. They have a new casita that's 2 layers, getting deeper, but also to help you understand Start Engine as a platform. It's one of the top platforms out there. They've been raising cash for a long time, so they're good, But again, what is good, right? Ooh, there's a Bitcoin on here. So I don't invest in Bitcoin. I've held some Bitcoin. I sold it last year, early on, some point last year. Again, here's the issue of being careful. Why you want to talk about just investing in Bitcoin? If you're talking about cryptocurrency overall, yes. Someone asked on TikTok about is there anyone investing in Bitcoin on here? People invest this and that, and again, you don't want to be FOMOing into what people are doing per se. You have to know your beliefs, and just like me saying, I don't get because tomorrow I could change my mind and buy some Bitcoin. And again, I know what Bitcoin is. I respect Bitcoin, and I've already done the Fibonacci retracement in Bitcoin for next cycle. So I'm not stupid at the same time. But also, it's not my favorite coin because I am someone, and I have a lot of different, again, someone diversified. I'm very diversified in a lot of different coins and projects, but I don't talk about them. Unless they're a subject matter for training purposes, will I talk about that particular coin? And I don't do that too often. I'm not in the business of doing that because people form more into. So at the same time, having said that, Bitcoin has dropped. If you were catching at 25,000, I feel sorry for you because someone pumped you to believe that Bitcoin is about to go in the bull run. No, it's not. Again, what do I know, right? I'm not a financial person to give you financial advice. But if you studied enough, and it's been, I always say, 2 cycles, especially both in mining and cryptocurrency, you will know that your question will be changed to a different question. Whether or not always a good time to buy the dip, as they always say, buy low and sell high. The philosophy is the old adage philosophy, folks. It is still true to this day, and it never stopped being true. Real estate, investing, that's why I have a lot of PRE-IPO investments. I'm a risk taker, and you have to engage your level of tolerance for risk. I just took a major risk, like I said, in how I move my money. And, I was telling my wife, shit, the money didn't drop in, it's 10:30. It was 10:38 before the money showed up in my account. I'm like, damn. Like 8 o'clock. Most people get their paycheck, this and that, or, whatever they transfer. The thing was late in transferring. There was no gas fees. I don't think there was no gas fee. That's why I did the transfer. But I did my research, did my homework, and executed a strategy, to hedge against myself. But at the same time, imagine if that same thing, if I was still doing the same mundane activity, or someone saying, I'll tell you right now, it's a good time to buy Bitcoin, or vice versa. You have to educate yourself, then make a decision, knowing the 4 seasons of the crypto cycle. Again, if you subscribe to my YouTube channel, it's in my social media section on TikTok. I'm going to be releasing soon. I'm hoping maybe I might do it today if I finish this live, and learn the 4-year cycles and determine, and also look at the crypto window. You could do that right now. Google search Bitcoin rainbow chart. That's for you, Veronica. Just do that. And it's a live chart. See where Bitcoin is, see where it's been, and make that financial decision for yourself. That's a simple little example. And educate yourself, because is it your last dime that you put in Bitcoin? All those factors. Yeah, exactly. Nizzle said, yeah, it accumulates every year. So as an investor, exactly to his point, I'm not afraid to take that risk because shit, I saw Bitcoin, was it 68,000? I lived from 20,000 to 68,000, this and that. In the last cycle I saw it. So for me as an investor, I don't even know what it's 19,000. I've been watching it at 17,000. 15 when it was 15,000, I didn't buy it. Does that mean that's for you? If you never bought any crypto and the market is dropping, and let me say this too. In the stock market, people get caught up in this penny stock, it's bad. But in the crypto market, folks, that's just where the opportunity comes in, because even though it looks cheap Because remember, you cannot. It's not the same philosophy. Similar, but not the same philosophy. So if you know stock market, they say $5 and down, they consider that to be a penny stock. You know, $5 and up, you moved on, and you just classify as a penny stock. Well, if you're looking at great gems with good market caps, well, that's a good investment potentially. But do you know the tokenomics of the coin? Do you know the market cap? Do you look at the statistics? How many exchanges is the damn thing on or not? How many people are watching this coin or token? How many people are, based on volume, trading the coin? You know, what is the discourse are saying about this coin? What is the Twitter feed saying about this coin? The developers, or are they typing their shit, which is sometimes happens. Bitcoin, and so it says, well, there's actually a way to store your Bitcoin, and it won't affect you when it goes lower. I don't know. That's a loaded question. Miss Nezzo's is coming next year. So again, that's how I would answer someone's question about, because I don't consider anything as a bull run or start of a bull run until the halving cycle, because that's what history has shown, and again, still could be wrong. But the question, I don't do too much posting. I have a multipreneur on Twitter, but I don't post too much stuff on Twitter. It's usually right now I've been focused on TikTok, and I'm actually been working on my YouTube channel a lot more. So I'm gonna be switching a lot to, and then also Instagram. I repost because it's easier on TikTok to repost on Instagram. My Instagram is at FCS_news. I think news one. It has this logo right here. That's my business logo for my company. I had a news website, and it's not down. It's not up right now. That's why. That's the name of it. Under Facebook and also on Instagram, if you want to follow me there. So, but Veronica, can you clarify that there's a way to actually store your Bitcoin and it won't affect you when it goes low? I'm gonna be honest with you. That don't make sense, because even if you put it on cold storage, I don't know if you understand what cold storage is, because cold storage is just the blockchain itself. Your keys and your asset is on that blockchain, but it's still connected to the blockchain in the sense that if the momentum of Bitcoin goes up and down, the prices change as well. So it's not going to protect you. Someone told you that. It's not about protecting the price, if it goes lower. It's about losing it on an exchange if you have it stuck on an exchange. That's the difference, if that makes sense to you. Well, there's actually a way. Hey, if you have a way, that's good for you. But I've been in this industry for 4 years. I haven't heard of such a way like that, the way you describe it, unless I'm reading it wrong. So forgive me. Nezzo, I already said it, but it's FCS_news1 is my Twitter handle. No, I'm sorry, different things. For our entrepreneurship platform, it's actually Multipreneur at Multipreneur on YouTube. Actually, if you just go my bio, I have all the links there in my social profile. That's probably easier, because there's some people that have similar copies. Okay, I've been doing it for a long time, and it always works out. When it starts going lower, then I move in. Yeah, that's fine. So you see, then why are you asking the question? But again, someone that I respect and a lot of education, and most people say about DCing in, if you just expecting and looking at just when it goes lower, that's not a good bet. Versus, because we don't know when it's going to go lower or higher per se. There's a better education chance by it going to the 2024, which is crypto halving cycle. By knowing that information, there's going to be the big pump of scarcity that starts the momentum. But at this stage right now, if you ever saw my crypto season and cycles, that's one of the things I talk about. Give a better education train. So you could take a look at that when I release it by subscribing to my YouTube channel at YouTube at Entrepreneurship. And you see that because I break that down in detail, and also I have something for minors that I haven't finished recording yet, because that is the biggest thing, is understanding how does the whole cycles of cryptocurrency move in a 4-year cycle. And I share with you of understanding right now, due to this SVB issue right now, of course I know Power of Publishing, that's one of the person I highly respect, he hasn't been on for a while. Learn a lot from him as well too, but again, it's understanding the seasons of the cycles, of understanding how crypto moves. And he's also been telling you, 10 to 14,000. That's one of my reference from that, and other people have said it as well too. And it's one thing from people saying, just talking out of their ass. I'm a numbers person. I'm a technical analysis person, even with the stock markets. I don't listen to Kramer or this and that. I listen or other pundits giving you BS commentary. I listen to the numbers and the facts. Just the facts, man. Just the facts, as the saying goes. Because the numbers, if you know how to read numbers, data points, that's all it is. You don't have to, you could zero out all the BS talk and just listen what the numbers say for itself. He's been banned. Yeah, and it's funny. I was watching him when he first came in, and also he got injured too. Not to say anything bad, but this is why I keep I'm very detailed. I pay attention to a lot of shit. This is why I don't say a lot of stuff. They do not want you to tell and talk about valuable information. He gives drop a lot of nuggets, but there's also a marketing side to why he does that. I understand it because I study marketing, and therefore they are. I could say they probably making them pay the price for that, because there's nothing wrong of what he's saying that's unethical. He's a man of integrity, but they're fucking him over right now. They're fucking him over right now because he is giving too much information that's supposed to be behind a paywall. And if you don't respect that, you pay the price. And there's other shit that can be done to people. Kanye West, Andrew Tate, and many others. Kim Kardashian, Poppies. So when someone asked about, make a comment last time, on my live, it's like, you want to go live, you want to be successful, you better know the rules of the road. You better know the rules of business. I feel you too, bro. That's where wisdom come in. Then people talking about their asses or just FOMOing and giving FUD to stuff versus I'm a business person. I'm here to do business. I provide business education. So whether or not you believe it, and let me tell you, I said it before, I'm going to give you more details. Like, for example, I do this deliberately because I know the psychology of marketing. I learned a lot from it too. So you're talking about staking your Bitcoin. I earn 7% daily profits on my Bitcoin. Nothing wrong with that. Personally, because of what I've seen and I analyze things, what I see, you have to be careful. Even 7% is very high. It's reasonable, but at the same time, the 10, 20, 50, 100% staking rewards that they're giving you these days. And actually, someone said it just the other day. I was watching on TikTok that Coinbase is now changing their algorithm, how much staking rewards they give you. And you wonder why they're trying to prevent ETFs from Kathy Woods from putting out this and that. And that's, again, one of the benefits of it, But because of one of my strategies and trainings that I'm going to be putting out is that some tips and stuff during these bear markets, like even myself on crypto.com, I stopped staking, I move all my coins out, But again, there's some storage, not storage, whole storage is that, yeah, you could do that. That's another strategy, I have platforms, this and that, of what else I could do. I could move my money amongst those platforms. Those are some trends. So on my crypto season cycles, I'm going to put those guys in those links. Again, I'm a digital marketer. So again, I'm marketing. I'm not going to BS about it. So therefore, the way to do it properly. Calvin Hill does it differently. Same thing, but he just put it in his ebook. Same thing. It's a different investment plan. Each plan has its own percent. So you keep pushing your own agenda stuff in my life. I'm not here to talk about any one plan. It's not. Again, I'm not trying to give a narrative or drop in this and that. Hey, whatever works for you works for you. It's fine. If that's good for you. Again, I speak generally when I'm online because I know better. Everybody has different. Again, Also, you've been here a long time in the seasons, so you probably found some nice niche that works for you, and that's all good. You know, everybody starts different seasons, and that's one of the things I talk about in that crypto seasons and cycles. You need to know where you start, and we're not here to invest versus here to just make quick money and be out. Different strategies work for you. You know, I'm here for the long term because I'm an investor. You know, and so I invest, and yeah, if Bitcoin goes down to where I expected it will go down, I'll buy a little bit. You know, it's not. I'm not a big fan of Bitcoin, and I make that publicly. You know, so it's all good. But again, ain't stupid. I know what Bitcoin can do. You know, I do the data analysis on that stuff too. You know, a lot of cool coins and a lot of gems, and especially a lot of coins that I mine. You know, I'm looking for the halving cycles of HNS, for example. You know, that's going to be interesting to see that. I haven't been, you know, all I knew was back in the, to be honest, was that Bitcoin has a halving cycle. You know, to learn new things, hoping to learn more here. No problem. You know, I can answer any questions as much as I can, but I'm not gonna talk specifically, you know, about coins. There's a lot of cool projects. You know, yesterday someone on their live, someone asked about Dash, and like, you know, Dash is an old school project that no one pays attention to. You know, again, like me, I'm old school. A lot of old school projects that fundamentally sound, people just ignore because there's no money in there. There's no fast money is what they're saying. The real money, Litecoin, is about the real money. You know, all these partnerships, that's slow and steady, not pump and dumps. That's why people were crying about Ethereum for a long time. You know, it's funny, you know, people are like, what the hell's going on with Ethereum? Ethereum's been quiet, you know, because everybody's focused on Bitcoin. Yes, I am. So thank you for that. You know, again, deep philosophy and training of how I train and provide education without giving you the FUD, because I look at analyze data points, and I create educational courses, and I provide consulting both on pre-IPO and, you know, investing. The season crypto season cycles is a free training I'm going to provide because I'm tired of seeing people getting screwed over and not understanding the cycles. Because, like I said in the beginning, wherever you enter in the cycle will determine your failure or success. Failure could mean that you're not going to make a lot of money, or you bought at the top and you said bad Marvin that Bitcoin or cryptocurrency overall sucks. You know, I was having a meeting a technician yesterday, and you know, I test him because I know he's not. Most technical people in IT are not into cryptocurrency. And again, I'm an investor. Big difference than being a technician in IT, because some projects I'm in, and I mentioned like HNS, you know, data storage, Filecoin, you know, security for data storage for small business, or, you know, everybody, but it's really going to get towards the small business, especially towards the metaverse. No one is paying attention to it. It's a very great project. That's my personal opinion. But are you going to do your due diligence and research to understand why it's a good project? You know, even when I do it in a private session, if you know, one-on-one consultation with you, it's still the education. The decision is still yours. Data points is basically the tokenomics of stuff. Looking at what the project can do, what it's solving, because the difference between me and other people in pumping and dumping or just trying to make fast money, I didn't get into cryptocurrency because I believe, just like the start of this conversation today was about the financial leadership of the banking system. I've been studying. Again, I'm not an expert in economics, but I know enough to be dangerous for myself and my family because I am very financially literate over the years. I've written the book, Entrepreneurship, what is it all about? I'm talking about 15 years ago, the shit that's happening right now. Because I saw being in IT and being God-given talent of skills to pay attention to details and watch transition. And I'm telling you, being in IT, and I've been in a lot of different industries in IT, I see shit happen so fast. And because I've had a lot of different jobs in IT, just like many of you who have one stable job, good for you, that's been new, but it's also dangerous. You think it's the same shit. Oh, it's not me, it's not my bank. But when you've been around technology and you see it, and actually the second one is pharmaceutical, because pharmaceutical moves in a 90-day cycle also, from what I've seen. So Where can I get your ebook? My ebook of guide is just my book itself is on it's on Amazon and both as a ebook, actual ebook, Kindle ebook, and also on physical book as well. And also, I'm actually on my bio. I have it, but I haven't. I don't think it may be there. I think you can purchase it because I'm changing some of the things on my website for the Wild Entrepreneurs website. You could there if you can just let me know because that's another thing I have to fix. Some stuff I'm working on there as well too, but they're available. Again, first book, a lot of mistakes, but I talk about the full because again, looking at where things are because the question. So for example, the title, and actually, if you're on my YouTube channel, you see the logo Entrepreneurship, and what is it all about? The second subtitle of the book, and the question is basically asking you, yeah, the one I wrote 15 years ago. It's called Why Entrepreneurship. What is it all about? Because I was watching so much stuff happening from being in the IT space, and okay, I'll follow you back, no problem. Bring value. That's the thing about me. If you bring value, I bring value back. You bring garbage, I unfollow. I'm just being straight honest with you, because I don't seek things. I let SEOs find similar things I'm looking at, because I'm always actively learning, just like you are. Sounds like, and I'm all about growing from learning from you, vice versa, and learning from you as well too. So I'm all game. But the thing for me in IT, seeing so much change and people, and it's funny today, especially when we're talking about AI technology. All of us right now, for many years, we've been doing the pushing the button from a lot of the kind of job you have, and doing the mundane. And I saw the danger and also automation. I talk about a lot of things in my book, symbols, teenage pregnancies, corporate America, the working environment, job security, and so many other things, and talk about 401ks. And I reference a lot of stuff, financial literacy. I'm a big Robert Kiyosaki fan. I'm a student in personal development. So I speak from that perspective, not bullshit, and I'm very careful what I say publicly. Just because I don't talk about it, just like I said, I could talk about aliens. I was having fun, am I having fun? Or things I understand. I study astronomy. I understand science. I said I'm a big investor in robotics technology. Long before I actually did a TikTok video, if you even seen that, an investment called Jet Token I invested 3 years ago. Small little company, a lot of them are small company, but has so much great potential. The vision behind why I invest in that company, and then today, not ever knowing about when I was writing a book, I'm talking about robotics taking over your jobs, not as McCain used to say, the foreigners, the immigrants taking your job. No, it's the machines. Now, I didn't even know because 15 years ago when I was writing this book, it's AI and robotics. You're asked out. Well, so here's what's happened. I got married in 2008. So this is the funny thing about life. My wife, she's not a business person, she's just down to earth person and great person. And I'm all about business. And so I'm all about family. And so I'm sitting there eating ice cream because I talk to a lot of business. My conversation is always about in business related to people. So I feel like I'm having one-on-one conversation with my people on TikTok here. So YouTube, you still hanging there. That's cool. But what happened for me that we had an argument, and that argument led me to say, because you see, when we all in this little circle of cryptocurrency or businesses now or financial literacy, in case of the banking system right now, it's just us. And especially the last couple of weeks, I've been talking to a lot of very highly educated people like myself, stretching each other out, having deep conversations, and on the same level of wavelength. That's why I operate at a different level from most people. And so you guys, it's almost like bragging to yourselves, like, yeah, we're talking about this and that. Actually, my boy right here on YouTube, we're talking about doing some things together. We have some deep conversations the last couple of weeks. And but that's us. So here comes my wife, newly married, not a business person, and I said to myself, every fucking thing, I didn't say fucking, I said everything really starts and ends with business. And I was mad. I was like, because I was getting ice cream, and I talked about this in the beginning of the book. Why do you have to put everything about business? She doesn't know me. She didn't get it. because everything does and ends inside with business. Because just like the person that asked about TikTok with less than 500 followers, and after I thought, because I could make a smart ass comment, but if I take the time to think later on, and that's why I like to write, because I reflect more. Like, because if there's not, because they say, oh, you got a gift of gab. Not really. That's why I like to interact with people, because I'm not a show off. But the same person, and then you can look at other people, because you can do the same other things that people do if you don't want to talk. They show your chest. They show your chest. As a woman, show your chest per se, or some guy bald, topless, whatever they're doing. But most women, and I've seen it, because I'm like, in the beginning, I'm like, I have 2 accounts. Like, what the hell is this TikTok thing is about? And just like, some people ain't doing jack. They're just smiling, titties all out. Some people talking about business with titties all out, tight pants, shorts, this and that. It's like, that's what you're about. I came on here with my business logo because I'm about the business, about what's going on with the banking system. I'm about branding myself and brand recognition. So it's not a joke for me. I don't take it seriously. I don't take it lightly in what I say and just carelessness in what I speak about. That's why I have to be careful of my association with people, because if you ain't about the shit, don't be in my circle, because keep my circle small about financial literacy, about business, because I don't joke around business. I don't play around with money. I don't play around with my financial freedom. There's a lot of people right now that are about to get fucked. Not even just talking about what's going on right now. I'm talking about life in general. That's not even paying attention because people fail to understand we're in a global economy. We're in a global economy. What happens over in China, Russia, BRICS nations and that? Yeah, and who would have thought SVB is attached to Ukraine? They say Sunday they're about to tell people we're shutting down your bank because you're insolvent. So I actually, going back to your question, Nezo, I wrote 2008 debacle. I had already was thinking about it because I was already living it. It's because after I got married, to answer directly, and that fight I had with my wife, that said, yo, how come she doesn't know this shit? And like I said in the beginning, this is why I preface that, because I'm talking to the same people. If you want to know how good or bad you are, talk to people in different circles. They'll check you or call you out on your BS. Just like I had to call on some people about their BS the other day. And it wasn't about calling anybody out, really. It was just like, here's how I look at something when I evaluate a business model, a project. And that's why I'm very careful not fucking putting out names of coins unless I have to, and I don't like talking about companies, And it wasn't about talking about any one company. It's just like someone saying bullshitting me on the phone about stuff. And it was like, I just put it in my radar and watch. And I watch what happened. And I could still talk a lot of shit now. I'm still watching the damn thing because it validates and proves my point. See, let me talk about power. The definition of power, true power, is the ability to do but choose not to do. I know how to do a lot of shit. I could use it to do the wrong things, or I could choose my intellect to use to do the right things. But at the same time, I know that, and I talked about it in some YouTube videos I have planned to release on my platform. The knowledge and the ability to have power, to gain power, and power is financial literacy, intellectual property. For those who don't understand this, the 21st century don't give a damn about your stupid degrees anymore. Because you could take content, intellectual property, which is why I'm all about creating courses, trainings, this and that, and evergreen information. A lot of the shit I'm going to release on my Entrepreneurship platform, I've been working on for several years. This is not an overnight sensation like one person that saw me the first time talking on TikTok. I'm a behind the scene type of person. I have no choice because no one refused to do it and see things the way I see things. Like the other day I did on TikTok because a lady put out a video about some alien space object, and then lets the host put a video that she validates for me and also send me some more content. I've been watching. I watched that for a month or two months, whatever and a half. I didn't say shit because I'm a niche market person. This is an entrepreneurship platform, not about aliens or people think this and that. I respect that because that's the platform I'm on. Just like I have a digital marketing platform I plan to use it soon, trying to talk about digital marketing for small business to help them out. I respect niche market. I don't formal and talk about different things because there's an audience for every damn thing, and I respect that. Some people don't like, when I first started at the beginning talking about cryptocurrency and small business and business, because it's the same shit, because we are transitioning over. So I have to talk about cryptocurrency. And that's why, again, I don't buy likes, I don't buy favorites, I don't buy followers. I'm very unique and genuine. You could follow me or you don't follow. I don't give a fuck. That's called wisdom, maturity at almost 48 years old. Because when it comes to that maturity, you ain't trying to please anybody. There's so much platform environments that everybody could go on. Whether it's 7 people, 1 person, I couldn't give a damn. That's why I create information, and I'm not a yapper. So someone say, "Oh, you're talking about?" No, because I sell what I believe in, and I don't even consider myself a salesperson. I'm a philosopher and a thinker and a doer. I have so much shit I have to do. I have a lot on my plate of things I do. Some people say you're successful. Define success. Like I was tell people, like, I would have a big different conversation had I known what I know. That's why, like, I could easily release the crypto. I did a half-ass presentation for you live, that one day, but because there was that tension there. Like right now, as this market getting to crash, while people are fearful, that's why I put that for those who's listening. Listen, don't be afraid. So I'm telling you now, for those who don't listen to markets, they've been planning to push and crash this market, so they could give a narrative for why CBs need to be put in place, both in the crypto space, both in the financial space. But at the same time, most people will be scared shitless and say, "I told you it was a scam," if you believe that. But you don't say the same stupid shit about your banking system. Let me tell you, Dion, again, if you hear the stuff that I learned about mining and your 401ks, your retirement, because I'm a deep thinker and I'm a bridge entrepreneur and I bridge information, because whether or not you believe in pole shifting, watching the weather change crazy, you believe in aliens and stuff like that, I pay attention because they all matter to me. Because if there was one day, tomorrow, whenever it happens, it's gonna happen soon. And I would escort economics course 2019 when I cracked the code for my financial freedom, and I've been working on it since then. And I put, and actually far ahead, because I was trying to, it's going to happen in 2023. I didn't know that shit. I said, in 100 years, within 100 years, it has to happen. So I put it towards this 2075 time span. Since then, I changed my philosophy because I'm watching how the hell does CNN talk about doing Trump's first inauguration and talk about, there's a flying UFO. The shit's been out there for half a century, folks. And all of a sudden, they loosely speaking about that stuff. And now you're getting flooded to see balloons, Chinese balloons, this and that, because of distractions taking place. They've been here for a long time. And I was bold and said, the Anunnaki said they're coming home. If you don't know your history, ancient philosophy, ancient topics, you don't know what Anunnakis are. That's an alien species, supposedly, potentially our forefathers. Believe what you want to believe. And for those of us spiritually, because I'm a spiritual person at the same time, I'm very grounded. And I need to say that when I say shit like that, because some of you are like, what the fuck are you talking about? The reason I say that to you, because I have to be, I knew I was going to be an educator, especially small business and educating people. And I see people that, distraction get more later, they are. And so, whether or not you're fear-mongering, and I'm not about that, but understanding, seeing or hearing that there's different species, okay, teach me, educate me. I'm always an open vessel to learn. And I have to have an open mind if I'm going to be able to teach and talk from different perspectives of understanding. That's why I can't do what I do, Veronica, and just blab in my mouth and say one thing to you. That's a biased opinion. versus giving you a clear understanding of different perspective to look at from versus just say my way because I think I know shit is the only way. Can I propose a challenge against the bull case for BTC? What do you mean by that? For it going up? Can you clarify what you mean by that? Nezo, the distraction, because when you look, what happened just recently before this whole thing happened, SVP, because whether or not SVP, and like I said earlier, Coinbase on Saturday of the 4th last week, I was trying to do some things on Coinbase. I haven't done much on Coinbase, and the account said it was basically down for maintenance during the day. When do a business like international business stop doing business to do maintenance during the day? They'll pull their fucking money out, or your money, our money out, because they knew what was happening. They didn't tell you that shit. Big business, we're not going to tell you till after it's happened. Sikon, I'm still waiting for you to clarify what you're saying. Challenge against the bull case for. So, while I wait for you to clarify your comment, but I'll try to answer this way. To the a bull case, I don't have nothing for or against Bitcoin, and here's why. Even though I believe in utilitarian coins, you have to see when there's a leader that's leading the pack, you have to always respect it. You can't be ignorant to say, like I was saying. And this is why I'm careful what I say. Oh, Bitcoin don't do shit. Yeah, it doesn't do shit. It doesn't have no so-called utilitarian value. But at the same time, it is the first cryptocurrency that's respected. Now, the conversation is, if Ethereum ever passes Bitcoin, then we could talk about real utilitarian and a different project that actually is leading the path. But that would mean that Ethereum has to be over $68,000 and bigger. Yet there's other. So see, here's where my knowledge comes in, and this is why I don't fuck people and stuff. Because I was watching Bitcoin. I've been watching Bitcoin for years since I got in, and I was like, what the hell does it do? But at the same time, again, private clients, and I mentioned it before, if you listen to me before, you know what I'm talking about, but I won't say it now because I'm just not going to. There's better coins that has surpassed Bitcoin. You could just go look research it. So you see, for everything I say, whether you think it's good or bad, there's a strategy behind it. Because I'm not financially stupid. Because there is better. There's one coin that while we're talking about, oh, Bitcoin is going to go to 100,000, it went to 60,000. There's a coin that actually did the 98,000 before Bitcoin even tried to get to this so-called $100,000. So when I say I'm not an investor in Bitcoin, guess what? I'm investing in that coin because I paid attention to watch it. I'm like, holy shit, no one's talking about the coin because it's boring. See, whatever the narrative is they want you to talk about, you're going to be talking about. And you watch what is being done. I just say I'm going to, I told you I ain't going to say the coin because you're going to fool more in. Because even though Calvin likes to start mentioning our coins, but people don't do their homework because I know the psychology, what we do. And I force you, not because I want you to pay me this now, I couldn't care. Because you see that philosophy I gave you? I didn't tell you about the coin, I tell you about what it does. It's a financial coin. Hint, hint. Look, go to research the DeFi coins list. I think it's CoinMarketCap. You could go do that and see what's the top coin for DeFi and go look at the number. I'm forcing you to do homework. Yeah. You say you're gonna do it. I don't know. I don't know you, so I don't know if you're gonna really do it. Because young kids will go, we're all adults. What do I do? How many people here? 9. Okay, 9 people. So you're gonna get blessed. Pay attention to go look at research what YFI does. It's a financial. Thank you. See, you could have saved me earlier, Nezo. You could have just said it before I did that. That way, he said that. I didn't say it. Yes, you're in finance. You're in finance has made $98,000. Well, so for full disclosure, that's how I be respectful professional. I am a shareholder, not shareholder of you're in finance. YFI, not YF. Exactly. Because don't talk about shit to pump it up. That's why I say I own a lot of coins because I diversify myself. So me talking about, or if especially the bull run, that's to me unethical because I'm just pumping your ass up while I'm cashing out because I know how to to play the game now. To sort of say, yeah, you should have said it faster, man. Come on, you should have helped me out. You've been listening to me. Um, it's a solid project. It's a boring project, right? No one talks about that, and I think that it has a fork also. But Urine Finance is the number one that I'm talking about, and I did the Fibonacci's already. So listen to what I said before. I have no now you know I have no. Again, this is not formal into part. Please do your homework. Sold my little BTCs that I have. Good for you. How come you didn't know it then? See, should have known what I was talking about. You know, good projects. No one pays attention to. No one talks about. Fed emergency. Oh, whoa. I think that's sleeps. Fed emergency meeting on Monday. Shit. That's some. What did I say? Monday shit is about to happen. This feels like Leman Brothers all over again, folks. If you survived the 2008 debacle and you were paying attention, you wasn't sleeping, or if you're not young, because this is what it feels like right now. There's a lot of banks. Circle just cashed out. Again, I forgot again how much money, but a couple $1 billion. That is not chunk change money. And too many banks are collapsing. And again, I talked about it the other day. In the business world, there's always going to be three major players, and we know Bank of America. And I don't know. I think Wells Fargo might make it because Wells Fargo, you know, that's for the lower bankers people. Bank of America, JP Chase, JP Morgan Chase. Fidelity is also not a private investors banking, so you don't hear too much about them. This. While your asses are at work, man, you guys better tune to YouTube or something to watch what's going on because you don't want to get the half-ass 2-minute clip on the news. You better be plugging in and hopefully what's the name? Crypto Glenn was on that. Yeah, there you go. You see, Glenn, just in timing, man. I just mentioned your name because I appreciate you. I was at work. You gave me that live stream. And actually, I've been trying to send you because you were so right about watch the body language. And I've been so busy trying to prepare for this live that I wanted to talk to you because you were talking about, and actually I got the clip from listening to Patrick Bet David. He did it. He said, look at the body language, exactly like you called it, what the BS, the demeanor, the character. It wasn't the woman, it was the other senators, the older gentleman senators that I was talking about. You know, I was just talking about SVB, man. I'd love to hear what you have to say because I would definitely want to hear your 2 cents. Like we all have 2 cents about stuff because it's some serious shit, man. They're about to go down, you know. So feel free if you want to join me, because I'd love to hear what you have to say about that. Because it's some scary times we're heading to right now, man. I don't know why I could never. You have to ask. All right, give you 2 minutes. Yeah, just request, you know, because. Oh, it's some scary. And what I was saying, I was reading. I don't know if you're just listening now. I was watching. I was reading the BBC News article this morning, man. And the extra names that's mentioned is scary. What's the body language? Oh, so Sleeps was talking about. So let me tell you about myself because I'm a very observant person. I pay attention to people, what they say or what they don't say to me. And I listened to carefully details of stuff. So what Glenn was saying, there was a hearing. I forget which hearing it was, but it was of course about cryptocurrency. And Senator Kennedy was one of the people that was talking about. And Sleeps, I'm sorry, I keep saying Sleeps. Crypto Glenn got it 100% right. Watch their body language and what they're talking about, whether they're uncomfortable in the environment or they're lying to you, you know. And validation again, when you know your shit, you know your shit, you know. So he was 100% right on, and I know what he was talking about because I was like, yeah, tapping on that screen. And so again, validation. I always say that there's a difference between confirmation and validation. Confirmation, you're not sure this and that, and the validation, you knew your stuff, and you love when someone else validates your point, but you're already actively doing it because sometimes people wait for confirmation to do something, or in stock market or in cryptocurrency trading, you're waiting for that indicating candle to make that business decision to pull the trigger on an investment if you're going to do a trade. So Patrick Bet-David, I just watched him, and someone else's was, I think it was, I don't think it was his video, but someone else had recorded him talking about it, and I'm like, damn, this is what Lan was talking about. And Patrick Bet-David called this exactly the same, of the body movement, body language showed you that they're BSing us, you know? Yeah. Yes, there you go. That's exactly right. I think it was Patrick Bet-David was talking about Jerome Powell's language and that. But like I said, you know, in thing, it's the same thing. Even though Kennedy was, I think it was Kennedy that was, you know, grilling him at the same time. If it's him, the same person, he was basically looking to tell the narrative. Let's put that printing press, baby, and start printing some money, because the people who are not into space want to be financial literate. All they know is, come on, give me some free money. There's free money out there. There is no free money. This is why, you know, and Glenn come up, and I want to have this discussion, because there's a reason why they're not putting out the printing press like they used to. My half joke comment is that watch what the BRICS nations are doing. They're accumulating their gold, and the U.S. is accumulating their gold too. And at the end of the day, they're gonna say, "Pull your pants down." And that's my sack. No disrespect, ladies. Comment. And who has the most gold when they pull the pants down? Because everybody's hiding their assets per se of what they have. And when they release and people show, and again, another gentleman I watched, it was an old video, but again, validation. China and Putin, I didn't see that because again, you see a half-assed news information. The gentleman that I don't know his name, he did the TikTok. Yeah, they signed the agreement to get out of the petrodollar, and yen. I think it's the yen they're going to use, if I'm correct. You know, and that's a scary thought. And I already knew that the petrodollar was, you know, the fight already happened. They saying we ain't using your U.S. dollar and petrodollar to continue to do business. You know, scary. And as I said, they were talking about the unemployment numbers and the effects of his politics. Policies is the same nonsense, because it is the game of politics. You know, they both act like they don't know what they're doing. And so, yeah, he was grilling his own narrative too, because his narrative was like, more or less, he didn't say that. So again, this is my personal opinion that, yeah, let's put up the printing press because the people want the printing press. And the only reason why, again, pure speculation, like I said, for doing that is to make sure that we collapse the economy. Because if your creditor is telling you you have no more money to ask for loan, but if you are the federal government, you give a reason for collapsing the economy. You could start printing. The people need the money. We don't need the money. We need your debt. We need you to be in debt. What does that mean? Yo, Crypto Glenn is she's okay, cool stuff. You know, so I respect Crypto Glenn is about it, you know. And I actually was following Crypto Glenn in the beginning before I was able to go live myself, you know, because, you know, I was saying to myself a couple of weeks ago when some other BS was going on, I said, you know what, I've yet to see Crypto Glenn, and I could be wrong, ever try to sell stuff, you know. And I even want to ask you, like, we may have private clients per se, but we don't try to be going hardcore selling people on stuff, you know. And again, we have to be respectful in this platform, you know, regardless if you have an audience or, like I said, I don't claim to have an audience. I'm just trying to educate people, to help small businesses with mining, like this and that, and educate in general understanding. But some people, you know, they have alternative motives. And again, like I said, if I'm going to mention a coin, I'm going to be full disclosure. I'm not an attorney. I just had a legal business as well, service providing to people over the years, and I still have it. I don't talk about it that much, but it's that fiduciary responsibility, as the saying was when I was learning that stuff, to declare your intentions. What is it that you're doing? What's up, man? You know, what are you doing behind the scenes? You know, are you pumping and dumping? Because like I said, I have a lot of positions in different corners, small, this and that, but just to be diversified. And that's why, again, I'm not going to talk about you're in finance. And regardless if it was a bull market or not, it's not my intention. But somebody may do it, this and that, for their reason, this and that. But I am going to declare. I'm not the type of going to be showing my bags. I don't have some person who say I have a lot. Some other person say I have little. Who gives a damn? You don't open my doors, my family's house. You don't pay my bills. I don't need to tell you. True wealth don't need to brag. So man, yep. True wealth doesn't. I see it now. I was messed up. True wealth doesn't need to brag. Yeah, so you could go live. So thank you. No, I saw Nezza could go live. I thought it's like, yo, if you could go live, Nezza, request, man. Yeah, man. If you were hearing what I was saying, like, what is your take, man? Friday was just crazy when I started hearing about this SVB, man.
Man, so when I dug deeper into what's going on, this thing, it's like, it's got the potential to be very, very bad. It's got the potential. I'm not saying it's all for the certainty, but it has the potential to be very, very bad. It's got the potential to be bad enough to the point where it's got Jerome Powell and the guys at the Federal Reserve frazzled, where they're going to do an emergency meeting Monday.
Someone just said that. That's scary. If you've been listening to me, I said Leman Brothers. This is the Leman Brothers emotion, and I know you're quite old enough like me. I remember those days, the meetings, and I said after I'm finished today, I'm gonna watch the Leman Brothers movie again, because I remember the conversations, the meetings they had. You ain't going home. Your ass ain't. Someone's gonna fail. Someone's walking out bankrupt. One of y'all ain't gonna make it out. This may happen right now. Go ahead.
Stay here over the weekend, iron out a deal. Yeah, that's probably not a bad thing to do over the weekend. Maybe everybody really sit back and watch that movie. I know Leman Brothers had their own independent movie. I know a popular one is Too Big to Fail. Yeah, the biggest man. I think Too Big to Fail was the one I watched. That's probably what I'm referring to. It's stuck in my head. As I'm talking to you, I'm visualizing the board meeting and the discussion that they had, and how much back and forth going on, and who's going to take the fall, because it's about who's going to take the fall right now. Well, I think as far as who's going to take the fall, like that's already been decided, right? Like I think it was one thing for us to witness Silvergate get into hot water, but now when you start to take a look at everything that's happening with Silicon Valley Bank, and it's like, well, really, how did we get here?
Yeah.
And the best way to answer it is it was really through no faults of their own, and here's what I mean by that. So a bank earns money by the deposit that it takes in. It takes that money and it's got to place it somewhere so it can provide people with yield, right? Well, where they decided to put that money to earn yield is the same place where a lot of banks traditionally have put money. And it's always been looked at as a safe asset, right? Treasury notes, long-term treasury notes. And the consequence to this is, as the Federal Reserve has been raising rates, the yield that these bonds offer are essentially worthless. So now you've got the issue where the asset that you originally have that is normally looked at as a safe asset is not worth anything.
Worthless.
So now the problem becomes, well, you don't have the money coming in to actually pay depositors. And if you've got customers that have, let's say, large accounts, 10, 15, 20 million, well, they can kind of throw their weight around and say, okay, well, we want yield on our money, otherwise we'll close our accounts and we'll go somewhere else. The problem now becomes, when you look at where Circle comes from, half of their reserves, or a good portion of their reserves, were made up of these long-term treasury notes, right? So now, as this asset is going down in value, they don't have the one-to-one value to actually back up the stable coin. But now we look at it where what a lot of people would say, and for the longest since I've been in crypto, a lot of people looked at Tether as the bad guy, right? Tether is fugazi, it doesn't have the reserves, it used fake documents to get a bank account going. But now the same asset that backs up Tether's reserves, that backs up USDC's reserves, is essentially going to drop in value. And the problem with that is now you've got to go to other investors to try to raise more money to buy current bonds, short-term bonds, where the yield is higher. Well, now everybody's going to have this risk-off for crypto, and they may not want to touch it just because there's too much uncertainty. So now everybody's stablecoin reserves are in question. Now the the thing that we always used to see back in the day was, well, if Tether ever fell off, or if Tether ever crumbled, what would that do to the price of Bitcoin? And now we're actually living that very real scenario where
USDC.
the reserves of all these stable coins have been brought up into question to say, okay, well, what is this going to potentially do to crypto?
And one of the things,
I guess the bigger question is,
Mhm.
how many other banks, whether you want to call them mid-tier, regional, even smaller banks, how many other banks were holding these same long-dated T-notes? And
yeah,
how much of these notes were they holding? Again, I think that's one of the reasons why the Fed is scrambling now to say, oh crap, now we need to have an emergency meeting. Because if it comes to light that there's a tremendous amount of these banks that are holding this asset, which if I had to guess, I'd say there's probably a decent amount, because again, this is something that's historically been looked at as a safe investment, a good investment to put your money. You can't have banks failing left and right. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get a pivot out of this.
yeah. Well, my thing, as I've been hearing about Tether for a long time, because I tried dibble and dabble last year in day trading. A lot of the pairs, if you are a day trader, is attached, and even like someone who watches KuCoin, a lot of the big detailed exchanges, they use Tether. You fuck with Tether, or there'll be a riot. There'll be a serious riot, especially big investors. So you can't screw around with Tether and say, "Oh, Tether is this and that scandalous," and trying to push it and pump. And then whether or not it was FTX or CZ back and forth playing that game, you can't. It's dangerous, And now, and this is what's also amazing now, because Circle tied up to this whole, and then Apple. That earlier I was talking about it, because Apple got the clear sign saying, "Oh, this is a solid investment, USDC," because Apple Pay now is taking in, cryptocurrency in USDC. So even myself, oh, that's a good validation of this and that, and here it is. It's scary.
It's scary, and when you think about it, it's not due. Like, this isn't Circle's fault, right? Circle, they went through and they did with a lot of stable coins to do. Hey, we're going to have some of our reserves actually in cash, but then we're actually going to have some of our reserves in cash equivalents, treasury notes. Again, this was like the safest of safe investments you could make, right? So, I don't want to put that kind of juju in the air and say, oh, this is all Circle's fault. Like, no, they put that money into a place that they deemed was safe, a place that historically was back safe.
Yeah, and me being many years ago, when someone tried to tell me, oh, put your money in an investment bond, it's not that I'm saying you can't do this and that. Me, I'm not gonna whatever 30 years. My thing is less than 5 years turnaround time. I'm not gonna, because the future is too far. 30 years to predict and say, oh, it's gonna be there for me later on, and here it is. Because and this is the way I understand, folks, because he's reiterating the most important thing. There is no more guarantees. There is no more guarantee in this 21st century. This is why I'm so big push about you have to be your own financial literate person. No one can do it for you anymore, because today, like I said, we could have been sleeping last night and it's like, oh, USDC is crashing, and many people, have money in USDC or Tether. Wait a minute, I thought that was a safe bet. The game is changing, and there is no right or wrong answer. You just got to diversify is the best thing I can tell you. But also, those of us who are new, you have to educate yourself. You can't just say sit in and forget it and you're good. It's dangerous to think like that.
Yeah, I never, going into this weekend, I didn't have on my bingo card, right? Simply saying that that the T-notes were going to be the issue. I mean, it makes sense when you study the correlation between
inflation,
treasury notes, bonds, and inflation. And when the Fed tries to get in and try to curtail inflation, it's like, okay, well, they have a negative correlation, they have an inverse relationship. So yeah, I mean, the economists, maybe they're the only ones that potentially saw this coming. And again, I think the narrative, you heard a lot of people say, well, this is going to happen until something in the economy breaks.
Exactly.
Well, I'm comfortable saying that this is something officially broke, because you got an asset that a lot of people are holding, that is, they'll sacrifice everything before they let the bond market slide and go to shit.
Yep.
I'm just approaching that from a historical standpoint.
There you go.
They will let everything else burn before they sacrifice the bond market. Because what is the bond market? The bond market is the full credibility of the U.S. government. And if that starts to go, it's like, what else do you have?
Because they don't have oil anymore. They don't have the petrodollar. You could have said that that's my backup plan or your primary plan. And again, this is not the fear mongering people, folks. You have to watch the writing on the wall that says everybody. And again, like Glenn said, 100 years tells you you can't say, oh no. Listen, if you haven't watched what's the name, Ray Dalio's video, every 100 years this has happened. You can't say because now the U.S. has military, we are a badass country, and we are in the United States that we the shit. That's dangerous to think like that. You know, as I was thinking about today, it was like I had 3 months ago. I had a conversation with my good friend of mine in Florida. He's older than me, and you know, former tech person, not into crypto at all, and he's going not to put his business out. And I said, "Yo, are you paying attention to what's going to the economy? Y'all fighting over some nonsense stuff, and there may not be a house left over when you finish fighting over a house." And the attorney is the one that's going to win at the end of the day. There's no guarantees no more. You know?
Yeah, I mean, like Ms. Patricia said, you can look at the debt clock, right? I mean, that thing is just spiraling out of control. I think it's funny. This is last week when Jerome Powell was actually testifying in front of Congress. He said that, you know, we have full faith that we can actually manage this debt. But again, who saw this coming?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know anybody that, like, no one was talking about this on Snapchat, it was
TikTok, YouTube, yep.
On TikTok, like, oh, they keep raising rates, it's gonna put a damper in the bond markets. Like, nobody saw this coming.
Yep.
So I know we talk a lot about like potential black swan events. Do I think this was the black swan event? Probably not. I think it's, you know, I mean, for this to be like the black swan event, I think the fallout should have been stronger. Yeah, well,
it's a Friday night. They did it on Friday night, as they always do. They said Sunday, Ukraine. I was reading from the BBC News. They're gonna basically on Sunday, Ukraine is gonna basically shut down SVB. And then I watched another clip on TikTok showing about CNBC covered it again. But sometimes people just live in the fantasy land and don't believe this shit can happen. And I think Monday, as more of the news come out, because even myself, like I'm in Massachusetts, and I'm like, yo, they're talking about some of our Massachusetts banks that's that has SVB that's closing down. I'm like, oh damn, that's what the clip I did. That I chased on TikTok. I recorded. It's like, oh my goodness, because some of us think, okay, I'm thinking Silicon Valley. Oh, it's out California. It's not. It doesn't matter, you know, because you don't know what the other banks are doing. Good.
Again, that's my question. How many of these other banks were actually holding? And I think it's funny. I would like jump on TikTok and I hear people talk about like the banks getting into trouble and they're doing bail-ins.
Yeah.
You know, on the outside listening, be like, man, that sounds like the biggest crappy shit ever. Like, and then you just pay attention to it.
Of course.
And pay attention to it. It's like when the bond market is having problems. Like, these bail-ins actually really happen. Like, that's something that, do I think it's going to happen? No. Like I said, you got to really dig into those books. You got to take a look at the financials and figure out how many banks were holding those bond notes.
And they don't have to disclose that too, because who knows what other banks, and actually Signature Bank, when I was reading the article, is one thing that no one else has mentioned. I'm like, oh damn, they mentioned Signature or Singular Bank, whatever it's called, Signature has ties to SVG, SVB, and then others, and I care more about, because you just mentioned one. The others is what I'm concerned about, because who else is tied to? Because they all play the same game. You know, they lend out the money, they over leverage, and because there's concern about a lot of stuff with cryptocurrency behind the scenes that they don't want to talk about it, because if people were really financially literate and see in other countries what they're going through, like this other brother put out about Nigeria, even bailing myself, I got alert and I started making money moves and just to be safe. My wife made me think I was crazy. Listen, Friday, if that could have been my ass depositing money, direct deposit, like many people do, direct deposit their check, and then now they can't pull their money out. The one thing that concerns me in the article is that, the insured depositors. I don't know if you could explain. I'm not a financial person. Like, what do you think? What's your 2 cents of defining it? Because to me, I'm very detailed. That's a scary word. Who is the insured depositor? Are you talking about the FDIC people, or is there somebody else who's getting first dibs to get their money out on Monday?
Just people that had accounts at the bank that had up to $250,000.
Yeah.
Any more than that, it needed to be spread around to different accounts. It could be different accounts at the same bank. It could be joint accounts. I think it's a joint account that 250 goes up to 500K. So those essentially are your insured principles.
Yeah. But like I said earlier, man, I don't, like I tell people personally, like the old philosophies that and the gimmicks of FDIC, because remember the last time we went to this in 2008, 150 was it 100,000 or was it 150 was good enough, and then they bumped it up because I had a good friend of mine from college. He was quietly doing after the debacles was doing audits, and all the banks. I don't know if you noticed, they were going behind each bank and making sure that you have a stress test and you could pass the stress test. So,
Yeah.
and so to me, I don't give a damn. You tell me 250. And I like that brother, Milwaukee Bucks, what he did, spread his money just in case. And the folks, it's about just in case. You got to diversify. I have a lot of different accounts. You know, I don't keep too much money in it. Again, I move my money out because I'm just concerned. And here it is. The bailing thing, I think it's legit. And as I'm watching other countries and some of these things, the whole Zelle nonsense, I asked someone who worked in the bank, I asked him, you know, she barely knew what bailing is. You know, and I went to do some digging. It's like, oh damn, this is a legitimate thing. People don't get what's going on. The definitions. Good.
I think it's funny. News says that here comes that Max Payne that we were referring to. We always talk about that on my lives. Like when you jump on this thing, you hear people like just going through it, right? Like just think about it. Even right now, and I still want to see a bit more Max Payne before it's said and done. But even now,
the true investors want to see that too because we know what we're doing. We're not trying to be insulting to you, but it's all financial literate. That's why we are financially strong in our strategies. That's why he could say it. It's not disrespect to anybody. I understand that. We know what we're doing. We're expecting this, the real investors. Go ahead.
Yeah, so again, you know, you got a lot of people with money tied up in USDC. I had thousands of dollars tied up in USDC. You can't move it. Got to wait until Monday, right? So like, there's a lot. Listen, this week is going to be real for a lot of people.
Yeah,
you got
big
CPI
time.
data coming out next week, and they're going to have an FOMC meeting.
Yep.
That's going to tell you what they're going to do with interest rates. Before this happened, I said, hey, CPI data, that's what we need to be paying attention to. I almost feel like that's going to take a back seat to what
the hearing, the meetings.
Potentially get Monday
Yeah.
from the emergency Fed. Because here's my thought process. If all this happened the way that it did, and say they didn't have the emergency Fed meeting, if all this happened, they went through with the CPI data, if the CPI data was okay, but they still rose rates, you could pretty much say, like, all right, they're definitely trying to crash this thing. But if CPI data comes out and it's so, right? Even if it's bad, but they still, if it was bad, they were probably going to give you 50 points.
Yeah.
Given that everything that has happened now, if it's okay and they don't pause, that's bad in my opinion, because those rates are still going up and it's still going to do harm to the long-term treasury notes.
And we're going to stretch it.
Good.
Right.
Yeah, it puts everything in perspective, right? But if it's good and say, or if it's bad rather, and you know they still give you 25, 50. Again, anything outside of a pause in my book is going to be detrimental to some degree.
Yeah.
To some degree.
It is. Crypto Chick, man. I've been.
Gonna stop. How you guys doing?
Hi, Crypto. I watched you for a long time too. Crypto Chick, I'd love to come because actually, before I looked at my email, I clicked on to see you because I'm like, what the hell's going on with this bank? Because I'm looking at it because I'm a pre-IPO investor, and my platform, you know, CEO is sending an email like, what the fuck is this about? You know, I was busy at work, so Puerto Rican, go ahead. But Crypto Chick, please come on.
I was awake until 3 a.m. in the morning trying to warn people to get their money out, but a lot of people were sleeping, and so it was bad. I was able to short USDC going down, but I had some USDC. I actually predicted last year that USDC was going down because it was connected. All the exchanges that went down is connected to Circle. So by the bank yesterday, the issue with the bank, and then Circle had money there, and it was kind of like a boom, like a domino effect. And so I couldn't trade. I had to get it out of Coinbase. So that I can then switch it, and I lost money because the thing was going down.
Yep. And we all know what happened to Coinbase when they're busy.
Crazy.
Because I was talking about no one talked about this on TikTok because Saturday, and I didn't say nothing because I'm like, that was weird because as a business person, you don't shut down during the daytime. They stop Coinbase accounts from trading, and I was about to move some money around, and again I moved most of my money. I have little coins left in Coinbase. You know, again, things are moved spread out this neck because you give me a slot of potential. I say, fuck, hell no, I'm out. I'm moving cold storage, you know. So, and I have some stuff I still have to move this and that. But yeah, it is scary because I'm like, damn, because again, the thing is startup companies, a lot of PRE-IPO companies, you know, and I don't know which platform because it's not one of my platforms, but these are people that are building businesses, create jobs, and they just screw those companies out. That comes, you fucking with me now, you know, because again, they didn't do nothing wrong, you know. But again, just like you say, FTX and CG, whatever, who was battling and moving money out. But again, somebody's about to take the bet. And as I remember, it was a Monday, and it went. I think it went for a whole week, and then that Friday, Saturday, they had to make a decision who's gonna get dumped. And here it is. History is happening again right now, folks.
I'll say this though, right? This is kind of like the same point I was trying to make with Dark Horse, one of his lives, right?
Yeah.
So it's easy for us to look at this and say, oh, all this is connected. Everything is FTX alike. Everything like
Far from it.
strategized, right? You got to keep in mind, like what happened here yesterday. There was no correlation with these guys being in bed with another entity. Like this is a simple economics issue.
Yep.
You had a group of people who said, I've taken money from depositors and I have to be able to get a yield on this money. So I'm going to do the same thing that banks have done for hundreds of years. I'm going to put this thing in a long-term treasury note.
Yep.
That's like investment banking 101. You got money into your pocket. You need to put it somewhere where you're going to get a guaranteed safe return. Long-term treasury notes, right? So that's what they did. The problem came is in the past when we've seen people take these deposits and put them into long-term treasury notes. The problem was, in the past, we haven't been in this kind of economic condition, right, where we've raised rates 300% or 300 points in such a short time period. That's where this really came back to bite us in the ass. You made the right play. You took the money, you put it into the long-term treasury notes. The problem was at the rate that the Federal Reserve was raising hikes, it essentially made those bonds worthless.
Yep.
So now when it comes time for you to sell those notes back, they have no value.
Yep. And that's exactly the article said happened because they said they had assets to sell, trying to raise $2.25 billion. I'm like, damn, that's what I'm at. And you still don't have enough to cover it. And again, it's that whole game is like, again, disbelief, even from the people internally, not believing that it can. Someone asked a good question, is like, oh, how can we prevent from that happening in the future? You are right here, right now. Take an active role in your financial freedom, because I've done it. I created a course years ago that to plug that in 2019, and I went to work. And that's why I'm all in, like someone said, I'm all in crypto, but I'm also diversified and know, because not my family, all of them not in there, this and that, but I'm educated enough so that someone could tell me some BS, like I was saying about the bonds when I was younger. It's like, oh, put your money in 30-year bonds. It's not like, hell to the no. Because I'd rather be, and again, no disrespect to Fidelity, many years ago, that one of my jobs, they sat me down and said, listen, keep harassing me, say, I'll sit you down. And I said to him, is your company doing anything right now with, this is 2018, 2019, are you doing anything right now in cryptocurrency? Because I know where money was moving towards. And he said no. And he respectfully stopped harassing me and trying to sell me to, invest with them. If you are refusing to become financially literate and invest in yourself and be custodian of your money every day instead of living in a 401k and watching it go down because I don't know what else to do, you are setting yourself to fail, because the game of money is changing tremendously and history has proven itself. But history always changes but rhymes, but it's not going to always be the same way. Like today, we did not expect this shit to happen.
So let me touch on this. So viewers will ask what exactly caused the bonds worthless. So when you look at long-term treasury notes, they have an inverse relationship to what the federal funds rate will do. So anytime that you have long-term treasury notes, so think about it like this.
Yeah.
Federal Treasury Reserve notes, they have a yield, right? So if you go on CNBC and you say, I want to look at the bond yields, you're going to see a 2-year, you're going to see a 10-year. In this current state, you may have heard a lot of people getting excited, myself included, getting excited about the 2-year treasury note offering more yield than the 10-year treasury note. That's an inverse
correlation.
Oh God, what's it called?
That's bad, actually. It's not good for the economy. The 10-year spread is negative. There's a lot of the short-term bonds are paying more than long-term. There's a lot of weird stuff that is happening. I have a friend in the stock market and think that the stock market is going to crash 50% on top of how bad it already has been.
Yeah.
And that's going to also cause problems in the crypto space too. So.
Yeah. By the summertime, they're at the top.
Well, finish up.
Go ahead.
Get my train of thought. So it's an inverted yield curve, right? That has predicted 6 out of the last 6 recessions. Okay.
There you go.
Now the yield of those bonds they kick off whenever you start to have those rates start to go up. The bonds that are greater than 10 years, you'll notice that yield, it doesn't perform well, okay? Because what's happening is people are jumping out of the long-term bonds or they're getting into the short-term bonds because they actually provide a better yield. What made those long-dated T-notes worthless is the fact that we had those interest rates going up so steadily, so rapidly, as close as we did back to back together, right? Again, they just have an inverse relationship. And so now the problem becomes, you have people who make these safe plays, but then when people go to actually get their money out, they don't have anything that they can sell back because, again, the yield on the long-term bonds, they're not there because the 2-year, the shorter-term bonds, they're offering more yield.
Bottom line, because listen, I couldn't say that any better than you did. You know, that's not my forte. And exactly, you know, but it's having an open mind to listen from a different perspective of understanding. Because your bank can call you to tell you that nonsense. It's like, huh? What? And they're going to use some bigger words and terminologies to mean that, okay, did you learn anything? Nope. You know, and people think the banks are safe, you know. And I really think from, you know, Bank of America, the biggest bank, you know, too big to fail, you know, Bank of America, the JP Morgan Chases, man. Again, their hands is in crypto. Actually, my friend sent me a video, which I didn't share, that, again, I don't know what state or country it's from, but they have a digital bank already. That's a crypto bank. I didn't mention that it was a crypto bank, but it's a crypto bank from Bank of America. Nobody's there. It's all, they have a statement basically using video camera. You're talking to basically probably artificial intelligence in the future. Who knows? Again, I'm speculating, but that's, again, if you've been watching the banks as after the 2008, there's not that many people working in the banks anymore. If anything, it's gonna be, it was young people, and now it totally wiped it out. And I talked about earlier, many years ago, I was being introduced to a Black African American bank, and when I went there, I said, "Listen, we are online. We're not physically in a branch. You know, banks are going away. They're switching over, and even that, where the exchanges may collapse to be just a few, because that's how history predicts it. It's happening. So we all need to be plugging in come Monday." Hopefully, China's gonna, talk about this because I haven't seen the news. You know, guys, gotta listen to what's going on because this is gonna be bad. And after this, it's gonna be layoffs because companies are still hiring. They're about to make decisions like, oh hell no, because this is the last quarter for the first year. You know, they're about to look at their books again and say, we may have to start doing some serious layoffs that we wasn't planning for. You know, and that's what the government wants. We'll always listen to Glenn's live when the BS in between the conversations that your job is to make sure you force. And I know people, again, whoever's listening may not all be in business and financial literate. When you listen to the government, if you really listen to the government, they need you to be laid off. They need you to be laid off in order to make the economy stronger. And it's hard to listen to that truth. That's how the game is played. Some of us have to lose.
There's a lot of people just not understanding the economics, right? It's like, well, really, what's the issue? The issue is, go back to 2 months ago, and I think they were expecting 180 jobs. The job numbers came back at over 500,000, right? The same thing happened this month. We were expecting closer to 20,000 jobs, and I think we did, 310? So essentially, all this is saying to the Fed is there's still money out there that businesses and that people are still spending. And think about it, whenever there's more money that's out there, that's more people that are going to be buying stuff. Well, the more money and people that are buying things, the higher those things can get. And that's really the inflation that people feel. Oh my gosh, why are eggs as expensive as they are? Well, because you still got people out here buying large that can actually afford to spend money on eggs. When you start to have fewer and few people who can spend money on goods and services, as a business owner, those goods and services are going to come down, right? It's an equilibrium that's got to be found. And so as a business owner, you're going to take a look at your numbers. You're going to say, wow, we're not really selling as much as we did last month or maybe even last quarter. All right, try to lower the prices and see if
Yeah.
demand comes back. Well, the only way to really make that happen is, guess what? Some people got to get laid off.
Yep.
Because that's the only way that people will really, by and large, stop spending money if they stop having it come in.
Big time. And Mike asks a beautiful question. Are banks required to hold their crypto liquidity with exposure to risk of losses like these? My 2 cents, I'll say, and I'll let everybody else chime in, is that, listen, this is so new. Who knows what they wrote down as far as the requirement, because it's 5%, what was it that they said that they're letting the banks keep, give or take? Personally, I think, again, there's a lot of narratives. It's like, we did this crypto thing, didn't work out. Let's go push the BTC into our asses. It's not. That's my personal take. But go ahead, guys, ladies. Tell me what you think about that.
Because I've been tracking that for a while.
Yeah.
And so, personally, I think the Fed now is the beginning of that. And so we already had like tests last year, or the beginning of this year, tests in New York.
Yeah. I watched that.
Also, New York is suing Qcoin, and I'm thinking you're suing another company in another country. Like, seriously?
Really?
Because they have to follow your laws, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot of weird stuff.
It is.
That is just
When?
frustrating for those of us that are in the space anyway.
I think that's just the role of the New York AG is like, everybody's having a good time turn in the country. I mean, all got to deal. Let's sue KuCoin, and while we're suing them for not abiding by the guidelines that we set for, let's also go ahead and name Ether security. So to a certain degree, I think a certain amount of the FUD that you're hearing is probably coordinated. But yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see, again, I keep going back to Monday because I think when you look at this thing from 30,000 feet out, something broke in the economy.
Yeah.
Right? And whenever something breaks in the economy, the Fed, they got to do something to fix it. Because if not, the fallout can be way more severe. Like, you don't want a recession and a liquidity crunch to hit at the same time. You know what I mean? It's like you gotta pick your battles, right? Do we want the banks to go through a liquidity issue because everybody's holding 10-year treasury notes or 10-plus-year treasury notes and there's no yield on them? Or do we want the other thing to happen? It's like we can't have both, so you got to have one or the other. So again, I keep going back to Monday because I hope they make the meeting open to the public, and I hope they televise it because this is going to have huge ramifications.
It is.
But my 2 cents is if they don't pivot, if they don't offer a pause on the rate hikes, then this thing is going to be bad. It's going to be bad.
Anyone watching the futures right now? See what the futures are saying? Because that's a little indicator.
No, I'm not looking at it right now.
Because come Sunday, markets are opening earlier already. So if you see the futures market for the morning is going to be bad, it's already telling you. But again, it's the fear factor too, because the word is coming out. People starting to pay attention. Come Monday, if the headline newspapers actually start talking about it, because I know no one's probably reading BBC News early in the morning like I am, and other stuff like that for the average Joe. But I think other countries that want us to fail, they probably will be talking about this, because it's some serious stuff. This is where it starts. Like I said, someone's.
I don't think that he's gonna pivot because he thinks it's Jerome thinks he's the reincarnation of Volcker, and Volcker was like, I'm gonna hit this with a hammer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hit this with a hammer. So.
Did you come on?
I mean, but let's think about that, right? Say he doesn't pivot.
Yeah.
And again, let's just talk about what we've already covered.
Mm-hmm.
Treasury notes have historically been looked at as a safe investment. So I think it's safe to assume that we can go through banks, the balance sheets, we can go through the financial statements, and we can figure out what, right?
Yeah.
And say there are a certain number of banks, a tremendous number, a lot of banks that are holding treasury notes. And if they're smaller, more regional banks, I think it's safe to say that they're going to feel the same kind of shock that Silicon Valley Bank had faced. They say you don't do anything. Now you have banks that have a liquidity crisis. So now you got potential recession on hand, and you have other banks that are going through a liquidity crisis.
Yep.
Like the mess only gets bigger.
Yeah, it does. That's why I know Friday night, I'm like, this is bad. Because we haven't even talked about retirees. Because I was talking about that a few months ago because I saw some Senator Warren, of all people, trying to pretend they're innocent when they're saving the people because they sent out a letter to these retirees so that we may stop your retirement checks or I think cut them tremendously. And you know, most people know 40-40 plan, it doesn't really work. So when we start, so see, they don't want, because we're talking about the implications right now, because that's when it starts hitting home and gets deep. Because I know, and I wrote my book many years ago talking about, 2015, the majority of baby boomers have retired and they have pulled out their money. This economy has been draining itself. And again, no one talks about the amount of money defaults that the government didn't pass audit. We don't even talk about that shit, but they didn't pass audit. And where the fuck does that money go? Is it to Ukraine?
Yeah.
Is alien projects? Where did it go? And it's like, and we saw, I think, was that the same? I don't know if it was that just that hearing or not a hearing I watched, because that lady, I forgot who she was, she could not give an answer. They asked her many times over, you can't account for it. Same BS excuse repeated. Graham, welcome. What do you have to say? What do you think about what's going on?
Oh, hi everyone, by the way.
Hi.
It was a blip.
Hey, hi.
Hi, Glenn. I can't believe what I'm reading and seeing.
Yeah.
Because I'm just like, is this it? Is this? Like,
It's been going to
yeah. So we all know that this was bound to happen. I was laughed at when I said that there could very well be bank runs in 2023.
Wow. There you go.
Because
Because they're kicking the can.
like, there's a liquidity crisis. Like, so we're talking about regional banks and banking here. There's another, like, on top of this, there's a global liquidity crisis.
Yep.
Right now, the Japanese bond market is just absolutely collapsing. They're offloading a ton of their treasury bonds. Credit Suisse is going. They were a blip, and then we saw Deutsche Bank blip, and then we saw the Bank of England a few. We like to see those as like individuals, but zoom out to a higher 30,000 foot view. This is potentially massive.
Yep. A back door. Oh, you got cut it. They're telling you talking too much. They're cutting you off. you were getting buzzed. Go ahead.
So, I have to leave soon, but
No problem. Jesse, from a pastor's perspective, after Graham I'd like to hear as from a ministry, because we know what's about to happen soon. So I'd like to have come up to the altar and I'd like to hear your feedback if you don't mind. But Graham, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was going to say, even if we,
I'm sorry, call you. I meant to say Graham. I'm sorry.
Let me drop down.
No, finish, Graham, please.
So I had someone call me.
Okay.
Let me jump on and get. Oh no, I think I made you live now. Okay, sorry. I was talking to. I was on a Twitter space and Mark Cuban was in on this talk. Have you talked about Mark Cuban yet?
No, I haven't. What is he saying?
So Mark Cuban was a part of his venture capitalist investment. I believe it is the pharmaceutical company that he has was involved in that, and he's like, my exposure was a few million. I'm lucky. And so the question was asked. So how are you paying your employees? To that, he goes, come Monday, I'm writing personal checks.
Are you
and
serious?
that's the other part we don't even talk about, just owning a business in real life, right? Say I banked with a smaller regional bank. These banks have the same exposure to these bonds
Yes.
that SVB did, that Silicon Valley Bank did, right? So minimize the whole crypto aspect for just 2 seconds. What happens to the person that can't even get funds to make payroll or payments or take care of vendors just on a day-to-day basis, right?
Big time.
Think about
that don't have money to write personal checks.
Exactly.
Don't have people in their pockets to write personal checks. Think about who, all the companies that banked with Silicon Valley, right? They were smaller tech startups.
Yep.
That were trying to get to the next level.
Yep.
They had real expenses, right?
Yep.
This is bigger than just even the realm that we play in.
Yep.
There's going to be real ramifications that come of this, because again, this isn't one bank that was just over leveraged or had bad assets. They had the same assets that traditional financial institutions would have.
Yep. And that's why for me, when I looked at it as because I haven't seen, again, because they said other Start Engine is one of my main platforms I use for pre-IPO investments. They're saying they're good, and they're big. They've been, picking up investments, investors funding and growing. And then of course Kevin O'Leary is backing it. He's a speaker, I guess, for the company. But there's a lot of smaller ones, and there's been a lot of small mom and pop. I call them mom and pop because they don't carry that bigger weight of companies. And so I like to see who are these other small pre-IPO companies, platforms. And again, we can't speculate say, oh, it's only the small, because you never know the accredited investor ones, just because they have big money. And she just said, Mark Cuban's on my paying writing checks, because I know small businesses, and a lot of them are not, they're just too busy, tired of grilling and grinding. They're not paying attention. So they got hoes. Because again, that's why when I say healthcare companies and startups, I'm like, oh, this is hitting home for me, because these are people like us trying to invest in companies, even if I'm not even being in the business of building the companies, but supporting these companies. Like, what happens to us? Because our money is tied, and I know what it says in the disclosure, but our money is tied to this investment, and it's not their fault. It's a third-party bank. Like, what do you do about that situation? That's a serious question. Like, what do we do as investors? It is a part of the process.
No, that's a great question, and I just want to talk about, I think, Perkins. Was it Perkins?
Jonathan, is it you?
Yeah, Jonathan's on here, but Trooper was saying what the difference was: good risk management versus bad risk management.
Someone said that shit to me too. That's bullshit.
I don't necessarily subscribe to that theory, and I'll tell you why. Because again, if you're a bank and I give you money, you've got to do so. You can't just sit on it. You got to do something to in turn generate yield for the people who bank with you. Because, like, we're not talking about accounts that had $1 million. We're not talking about accounts that had like 5 million, like that. That even to a small regional bank like Silicon Valley, that's a small amount. We're talking about these banks, these accounts, they had 10, 15, 20 plus million in it. Like, they can throw their weight around and say, hey, if you want this 20 million, if you want this 10 million, I want to earn yield on my money. So even if Silicon Valley wanted the noble thing and say no, okay, well then those people, they will that took their account elsewhere, and that would have been a deposit that they wouldn't have had. The only reason why I think potentially you're not seeing this happen to a lot of the larger national banks is because by default they are bigger and they can actually absorb a bit more. Sooner or later, like I said, when that accounting is done, you're gonna find out just what bank was holding these same notes, and I'm willing to bet it's a fair share of all of them, because again, this wasn't like 28 where they were taking AAA, triple B, tranche mortgages, and
default swaps,
and relatively safe play,
yeah,
susceptible to the rate increase in the federal funds rate.
Yeah,
if you're a bank, you have to put that money to work so more yield.
And that's what we do. And even real business people that know how to leverage debt, that is something. It's been part of us forever. So how the hell do you tell us not to do that? It's not, and that's how you create generational wealth. A lot of people, they've been doing that, and so it's a trap of success. Because when I see some people talking about, the big value view is like, oh, the U.S. government is strong, this and that. Like, but do you look at the debt clock? I've done videos on that stuff. That thing keeps kicking. Like, we're not paying back shit. And that's why I talked about the student loan debt, because this is the crap we are in school right now teaching our kids. Because, like I said in past videos, again, I'm always forward looking and thinking when I do stuff. You wasting your time putting your kids to college when the metaverse is coming. They actually will be working in the metaverse. They think we're talking about it's a joke. We might be filthy wealthy and retired by the time that comes at 2025, 2030. But they will be working in the metaverse. You think what they're doing now with EV cars, and again, we're not even talking about social credit scores, all this stuff that's going to happen in the future, potentially. So it's not about, we the strong-minded people who are financially literate, we can say failure is part of the process. We understand that. For the average Joes, and this is why I'm always careful, we can't be insensitive to them, because we've been trying to preach, especially all of us here are leaders online, trying to help. And me, listen, I'm tired. I've cried many cries and tears. As a man, I can say that. Our families refuse to listen because we think we're full of shit. They're too busy watching us. You don't. That's why I plan to write a book about billionaire. You don't know what it takes to be a multi-billionaire in the making a multi-millionaire in the making. It is the failures. That is what he's talking about. That's what makes us stronger, and not everybody can do this. But you can't be watching us from the sideline and look at, oh, he failed again. That's the process of success for those who's listening. We're trying to help you and educate you. We are the Paul Revere's trying to tell you this shit is changing. There's no change, but it is changing. We are too deep in the debt that we cannot get ourselves out of it. We're not producing enough thing. We ship every shit out and produce and say, oh yeah, we're outsourcing. That's what we say. We outsourcing. That's what we do. We outsource shit.
What our biggest export is? Our biggest export
You outsource this to expect to be.
Exactly. You can't do that.
Exports $1
Exactly,
billion.
yep.
Say that again, Graham.
Our biggest
You got
export
energy that you export.
I'm sorry.
You got
is
energy
the
that you
American
export.
dollar.
Graham, hold on for a
You
second.
got energy that you export.
Yeah. And that's a whole battle too. It's not going green. Like I said, I'm looking at the fusion reactor that was just done. Like I said, I'm telling people you gotta go solar. I'm about to do some stuff with solar plant and solar technology, talking about it soon. Because you're gonna, and I don't know, let me say this. If you're not involved in solar, they're telling you right now you can get solar, but they're checking your credit. And you know who's the minority that don't have good credit usually gets screwed over. And it's like, if it's free and then you're gonna make the money back, why the hell are you attaching credit to it? So stop playing with people, you know? So
Didn't credit just get bailed out now that I'm thinking about it? Didn't that just happen?
what?
They tried.
What just happened?
I don't know. With
Or credit suite bailed out?
I don't know if they got bailed out. I know they shifted a ton of stuff around to save themselves. But it looked like there for a minute, Credit Suisse a while ago would go belly up. Same with Deutsche Bank. Bank of England as well, if they want to turn on their money printer again. But yeah, it should be really interesting. Remember, like the FDIC has only about check me on this, like I think $150 billion to like cover when it comes to covering these things. So they might do well in covering these people's deposits here. They're going the market right now is going the banks are going to be scrambling to
Someone said 100 billion.
secure.
Have you looked at the banking indexes since that's happening? Everybody's in the red.
Yeah.
There's not one bank that's in the green. Every bank is in the red.
There you go.
Like I'm telling you, there were so many banks that were holding these treasury notes because again, it was like the safest
Thing to do.
of safest assets you could be
That's
in.
true.
And everybody is
So
fucking
true.
red.
The safest net. And everybody's riding safety.
I've been saying for how long that is not safe, and I've been laughed at. I have been.
Yep.
I just.
That's why we are outliers. We are outliers.
Liam, I'm gonna be honest. Like when I heard the arguments of a bail, there's no way in hell.
No, I believed it.
You know,
I believed it.
yet, but
Because when I talk to bankers,
There's a broader thing going on. It is in cycle
Hold on.
currency.
Hold on,
Like,
Sleeps.
things are going to be changing.
Yeah.
Changing. I don't know how much.
Uh,
I'm not talking maybe zero. I mean, how bad does it have to get? Our currency will not be the same. We're moving to this different system, and that's been my investment thesis
Not gonna
since I
say.
came across crypto. I
Yeah.
said we would never go for this unless there was a collapse, unless
Well-
there was a crisis. I think that they're going to roll this system out on the back end of
of
this,
course.
and we'll have no choice but
Yep.
to accept this new system.
Yeah, and that's why
That's what I have to say.
when you look at other countries, and I think that's what I've been saying lately, I think they're going to do us last. They're watching who's going to do what. And I just was seeing about, talking about this, the virus was controlling and seeing who's done what or attached to your job. It's basically, Gattaca is a movie that comes to mind. There's many movies come to mind. This shit is not fantasy, folks. This is the writings on the wall. If you understand the basic economics, and look at the baby boomers. This is why when I wrote my book was big on baby boomer generation. 75 million baby boomers, and now you have a whole millennial generation that's becoming adults that don't care about liabilities of a car, a home, and this is why they're willing to rent out stuff. The tours, the car sharings, the Uber, Lyft, this and that, Airbnbs, this and that, because they know, they kind of see. I think their generation, as much as we dog millennials from us being old school, they kind of see something that our parents didn't see or we didn't see, and say, because we trusted the system. They don't trust the system, I don't think. And so when you look at, there is not enough things being produced. And this is why when I see in the beginning, .coms crashing, Silicon Valley's laying off left and right, you have corporations laying off people, and then here comes AI. Who's stupid? They're telling you, and that's what I've been writing for years, they don't need your ass anymore. And there's not enough production of work. My boys and I were talking about China. China's producing, and actually I've seen a better video about McDonald's franchise that don't need any young kids anymore to be working at McDonald's. It's automated, fully automated.
It's the whole entire thing is automated from the time you walk in to place your order.
Yeah.
People in the back. It's not even people, machines, man. It's crazy.
I saw this
Literally the first one.
several years ago. I was coming from a business convention, and I was in the Atlanta airport. I don't eat breakfast, and I was hungry. Said, let me rush to get my plane. I saw McDonald's, and it was in the airport. It was one young girl showing me the kiosk, and one person in the kitchen. This and that. I'm like, what are you doing? I didn't even realize she was working there. I said, oh, no, you put your order here. You don't talk to me. You put the order here, click, 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 and you order food. And years later, I see it in Cambridge, Massachusetts, where I was working at. And I'm like, here's that shit I saw. That's why I'm a visionary pre-IPO. I invest in technology because, listen, you could either be afraid of this technology, and again, and I'm dead serious as someone who's deep in technology, it's like, we are fucking entering the Terminator, the Matrix era. We have already entered it. So like someone asked me, like, we're slowly getting deep into it, and it's gonna be too late. Because by the time people wake up, you're not gonna realize, right, you're gonna be entrapped and enforced, because I'm watching the Boston Dynamics is robots. If you have a clue, I'm watching what they're doing. And I've seen and I don't talk about it again publicly, I've seen the shit that they've done. The things that's happened, the technology, as Sleep says, y'all could take, the little robots dancing. That's what I did a BS thing. I put it up. Yeah, they'll walk your ass out of a job. That's what they're doing. They'll walk your ass, dance it out of get the fuck out of the office. Get out. We don't need you. AI just did that to us. And I say we are 3 months in now into the new year. There's so many AI chatbots, whatever, that can do so many things. It's job elimination, folks. That's what's happening. They don't need human beings. It's been started, yeah. You gotta go. Let me. Jesse was first. Sleep. I'll get you, Jesse. You too.
Remember, we coming to my party because I got a little kids party going on.
No, I have two today, and I'm just not looking for it. I don't want to be around normal people. I wish I was going to your party.
You sound like me. Jesse.
Yeah, it's just a party for the kids, but,
No, it's two other kids.
Jesse, whenever you're ready, let me know. What's up, Sleep? See what's saying?
Hi, Sleep. Bye, guys. Bye, Glenn.
Man, interesting group y'all had up there.
Yeah, man. Every time I try to get off, and then the party gets started. So that's how it always is. Go ahead.
I think I have to go.
Oh, no problem, man. Thank you for coming on.
I like these
I got my daughter's party. We're getting ready to kick off, but
Sure.
I'm gonna be in the comments.
No problem, man. Appreciate you. Thank you for joining. Sleeps. What's up, man?
Sleeps. Birds of a feather.
Flock together. Damn right. Sleeps. Yeah, man. Let me open the window for a second to go ahead and talk. Someone is about to be the old crew. You want to come on?
Just gonna say to the people in the comments, once understood doesn't have to be explained.
Exactly. UBI, yes. Actually, they blocked my video from saying the word UBI with mining. So that's one of my videos still blocked. That's what I do, man. I'm far ahead in the game, trying to plan ahead, trying to help small businesses look at things differently, because it is going to be that. And I always like to make a side comment, because people who think that I'm below the welfare check, whatever it's, SNAP cards, whatever they call them now. Guess what? UBI might just be that for you, and you're gonna have no choice if the way things are going. That's what's gonna happen. you know. So humble yourself. She's trying. All right, live and learn. She's like, I'm getting the fuck out of this country. I'm just messing with you. Live and learn. Slits, man, what's up with the feedback? What do you think from what you have to say, man? Because we're having some deep conversation about this stuff.
About
This is the SVB going down and what it means for us in the economy. Was that you mentioned about Monday, man? Because I haven't been able to see the news about this meeting. You're old enough to remember 2008, right?
Yeah.
Because it feels like it, man. It feels like it. Get money off the back.
I think people got too much time in their hands, and because we have no news and we have dummies in basically government, our minds wander and go fucking crazy. So the only way we can basically make sense of it is to talk with each other like y'all were doing and basically come up with good ideas and also outlandish shit that just goes off the ball. But at the end of the day, I mean, we've seen this before. You know, it's like at the end of the day, prepare, and expect the unexpected.
It's true. It's this crazy world, and you know, those of us that's been in it and been paying attention, they know to look at and expect that. Yeah, this expected crash and this, you know, drop may happen at some point in time. And like I said, nothing's. That's why again, talking about Bitcoin 25,000, 30,000. You know, I'm like, hold your horses because we don't know.
If I'm coming online and saying, take all your money out of the banks, take all your money out of the exchanges, and then come to find out I actually have my money in the bank or in the exchanges, you know, it's like,
yeah, it's almost too late.
Advice.
And that's why I say I don't preach that stuff because, you know, if you haven't been actively doing like I said, the strategy I just did just recently, that was planned out months ago. So last year when I was watching what's happening, and I said, you know what, I gotta hedge my bet again by diversifying and not taking that risk, and you know, putting some money in different places in that, even both Tether and USDC and other stable coins. I did that as well because I don't trust anything right now, and anything could go. And again, many of us could be sleeping in different time zones, and boom, here comes, you know, some news dropping. You know, Jesse.
Yeah, it's like as soon as my orders fill, my money comes off the exchange and it goes into a core wallet, not a cold wallet, but the actual open source wallets that are based on the code where all this crypto and blockchain tech comes from.
Yeah.
Because I have 6 or 7 cold wallets, but it's like I just don't need them because my security is that tight to where I'm trusted. I mean, if somebody gets past 7 to 10 layers of security, take it. It's your money at that point.
Well,
I mean,
again,
it's all yours, by all means.
The perspective, you come from IT background, security background, and you know your shit, you know. And the things, you know, because we, you know, even though we're switching a little bit over crypto, but you know, like Jesse, I wanted you chime in because, you know, regardless, we're talking about just in the banking system because, and that's what's real right now because, and for a lot of people who's talking shit about crypto, again, and then this is going to be, I guarantee you, mostly after Monday or whatever happens with this meeting that's about to happen, the narrative is going to be, it was nothing to do with crypto. This is about small businesses, you know, and they're talking about healthcare industry, this and that, and startups that's getting screwed over right now. And a liquidity pool been pulled on SVB. And so, Jesse, for a lot of people, as the article says, which is a BBC News article I was referring to for today, 85,000 people about to get laid off who don't even realize they are about to lose their job. You know,
when you say 85,000 people, are you talking about in the UK?
No, I think the article said global. I think overall, I think the company, because they have exposure in other countries, and then UK. I'm sorry, I keep saying UK. Ukraine. They say that they have a bank there that's about to be closed on Sunday. They're gonna basically, make them insolvent. You know, so from a spiritual standpoint, you know, because people of faith needs to pay attention because a lot of people don't have options or educated enough to know what to do or how to move their money to that. What do you tell someone like that, Jesse, if you don't mind?
Well, I mean, looking at all of this today, like, we've been preparing for this. I hate to say it, but
you have to say it. Keep it real.
Over and over again.
Yeah.
And I feel so bad for the people that are going through it because I'm like, I can't imagine what it's like to have 6 figures or more locked up and you can't get it. And am I going to have it back? I mean, this industry is just such a tough place. We're in proof of concept. I mean, you guys have said that, and so, I don't know how many times Sleep has said over and over, don't invest something that you're not willing to lose because it is such a new place and space. But my heart breaks for folks, and I see our financial system doing what we've been predicting it's going to do. I think it's been easy to talk about that it's coming, but it's really hard to live through.
Yeah.
Because now it is reaching us.
It's reality.
It is impacting jobs. It is impacting people's financial situations. But unfortunately, we've been in a recession for a while.
Yep.
I mean, they don't want to say that, but we have been in a recession for a while. So get a treat. My dog just came in, y'all. Sorry. But I really feel like, our system it's doing what we've unfortunately said is going to happen.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to usher people into this space. Like, I really do feel like that we all are investing in this space because we think this space is going to be the future.
Exactly.
But how many times have you guys said over and over again, it's going to get bad? And people, people don't want to recognize that it's going to happen. And we know the banks are going to start to equalize. We're going to see that jobs are going to start. I'm already witnessing that.
Really?
I am not, I'm seeing people out of work. My food pantry gets more action than I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
And it is not the normal, folks who are coming in. These are families with 2 working parents.
There you go.
This is your middle class. This is your military. And so we have to recognize we're already dealing with these things, and it's just going to get worse. I do believe we're looking at 2008.
Yep.
I mean, and people have been saying it. And I think it's easy to say, it's hard to live through. It's hard to feel because it's starting to impact families, and it's impacting lives now, and it's impacting wallets.
And I say, when you tie your money to your job, and that's the danger thing. And again, even myself, who wrote a book back in 2008, and after when I got married, and I said that because, again, now the people that I was working with many years ago, I've talked to now and say, oh yeah, you're right. This is the stuff I was talking to. I was telling this, and that's why now I'm a hermit. I'm quiet because I'm tired of preaching and speaking this and that. Because we're all crazy until we're proven right. Because we saw vision and foresight to plan it and see and be willing to go by yourself in the woods and say, I think there's something greater there than what is currently comfortable for us to enjoy and say that, oh yeah, we're okay. 2 family incomes. and some people don't even have that today. And so that's not a big topic for me. And please, I'd like to hear more about that because, how to do 2 families, and COVID has been killing families, breaking them apart because now, damn, I didn't like your ass. you stuck with me 24 hours a day working from home. And now here's another thing we call recovered, but have the family recovered right now. Jesse.
I think right now people are, finances is one of the biggest things that wrecks marriages and relationships. It's financial stress.
Yes.
And when you have a spouse who's lost a job or your finances don't go where they used to. I mean, let's be real. My husband came in last night griping about the 12-pack of Coke being almost $10. Like, what is up with that? And so he's, he's starting to see it in the things that he's buying, and stuff. I've been seeing it. But, like, it is going to put a strain on these relationships. And then you've got people who, like, sweet crypto granny. I was watching her earlier, and having over 6 figures locked up. You go to take your grandson to Disney World. Yes.
Hold on.
Yes.
You see?
You gotta rewind that.
Hold up.
Yes.
Do you see the different
Yes.
perspective? Mike says 30,000. Listen, 6 figures. You see, everybody has a different perspective. That's what I always say. Go ahead, Jesse.
So she was on earlier, and that's why, because I haven't been paying attention, y'all. I've been just like with the life, and stuff. And
Yeah.
I've been cleaning out the garage.
I was like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Well, Crypto Granny had over 6 figures on her coin, like on USDC on Coinbase, I guess with the Coinbase card. And she's taking her grandson to go to, Disney World and can't use her card.
Mm.
And she can't get access to hers. It went down to I forgot what she said, 20-something cents or something like that. It crashed or something.
What,
Now
USDC?
she's not even at USDC.
Oh, shit. Damn.
Yeah, and so I guess, and so this, and Leman Brother was talking, I think, with her too. So, and Mike may have other things to say about it, because I'm just coming to the party, realizing what's going on, and she is she can't access over 6 figures.
As long as she has Coinbase one, she should be made whole. But
I doubt it.
man,
That's the hope. And so, and then she was saying something else about finance. So she knows a lot. She's feeling the impact, and people are feeling that impact today.
Yeah.
And
it's figures on the exchange too.
You see,
but
there you go.
that's what she said. She said, I preach. Put it on a call.
How long she's been in crypto? Because everybody, I think,
She's
actually,
been in crypto a long time.
see,
Probably longer
She
than
said
most of
she
us.
left it there. She said, I left it there because I knew the bottom was about to fall and I wanted to buy some stuff. And so
there you go. Assuming, we all
She
assume.
said it though. Sweet Granny even said, I know to have my stuff non-exchange.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah. And
I can't
yesterday,
even imagine what that felt like at 1 o'clock.
Mhm.
When she's figured
I
it all out.
got $4.55 on Coinbase.
well,
I just converted some into USDT.
it's funny how we are back going over to USDT because they told us another narrative a few months ago. It's ironic how they play the
See,
game.
that was going to be the bad thing.
Exactly.
USDT was going to be the one to stay away from.
It is, and here it is getting screwed over. So yesterday, I think I was watching a crypto chick, she was telling something, and I like the way she did it because we use Coinbase as a narrative. If you don't know shit about cryptocurrency, we're gonna start you where you are, and that's my kind of philosophy too. But as you get educated, I like to say, please, and that's the failure of us just, oh yeah, I'm just good and comfortable. They made it comfortable and easy for a reason. Just because it's publicly traded, don't mean that it's all okay. Because look what the SEC is trying to do. Why are you going after USDC? I'm sorry, Coinbase now when you gave them the okay to go public, and now you're saying, oh, this and that. Come on, it's a bunch of BS. So once you mature yourself, like many of us who matured or should have matured, hell no, 6 figures.
Yeah, I don't think there's nothing to recover. Coinbase is. I know people say don't trust the exchanges, but it's and I said this, I've said it offline to certain people, but it's
Careful.
there's any exchange that's gonna make you whole. No, there ain't no careful.
There isn't.
There are companies that are too big to fail.
It's funny we're bringing those words back again.
I
For those who are young, it's
there are
funny we're
companies
bringing those
that
words
are
back
too
again.
big to fail.
I bet you this week's gonna be that word. Go ahead.
I wonder if they're freezing up so people can't buy these things wrong.
Of course.
Yeah,
Well, Binance, did you remember Binance said that?
Almost tie it up so you can't buy it.
Binance said that, oh, you're asking, no, was it Swift that told Binance they can't take anybody transferring their money unless they have $100,000, something like that? We thought it was bullshit. I thought it was bullshit when I heard that. Like, come on, what do you mean? So again, they're trying to set the narratives like you have to have enough money or you have to be a big shot because we always know, like, listen, the big boys are about to come in and either they're going to crash it.
That Coinbase is not going to fail, though.
I don't think it will.
Coinbase fails.
I'd agree.
Well, I would say it's an end to this and that, but for shareholders, they'll be ripped shit.
No, screw the shareholders. I ain't worried about that.
Well, I don't know what the the valuation right now of Coinbase publicly, but listen.
They better buy the dip. Is all I can tell the shareholders.
I think this.
What? Think about
well,
if there's this awesome dip over this next week or so, they can't even those that got their money can't buy it.
Well, this is why.
So,
go ahead.
People in the comments that have a Coinbase account, if you log into Coinbase right now, which I'm logged in, I don't have anything in USDC or USD coin. So you're unable to transfer anything to USDC or take anything out in USDC or just interact with it, period.
Yeah. Please share the feedback. Again, real world. So we're not fighting. This is real world people. I have a US Coinbase account. I don't have USDC. If it is pennies left in there from transactions, I do have some coins. I do have some exposure on that still, but it's coins I couldn't move out because they say I had too little to transfer out. What are you going to move it to? Again, we can't give you financial advice by saying that. You have to make the choice, do your own research. I'm not going to be the one that's saying stuff like that. There's other options. There's other Say that again?
Can't buy, sell, convert.
Wow. And again, last Saturday, I saw on the 4th, they shut down during the daytime. And now we know why they were shutting down, and it's called maintenance. And here it is a whole week later now, a whole week, full week. And now they're doing this.
So basically, terms and conditions, all that crap, they basically just frozen it, and they're not allowing you to move it, period. That's basically what's happening.
Yep.
But God, to have six
figures, man.
I would be sick.
She is. She was.
Tell her, I saw, if I was on earlier, if you guys missed it, a basketball player from the Milwaukee Bucks said he has 250,000. He moves it in 50 different bank accounts. Not each, he put 250,000. He puts 250,000 for the max of FDIC insured in his bank account. It's not. It is a risk. It's not. You could do cryptocurrency, stable coins. It's not, or cold storage. There's a lot of optional goals. Like people do silver. It's not. Again, you have to be financially literate to know what you're going to move your money into. That's why, again, nothing is guaranteed right now. It's up for grabs. That's how serious shit is right now.
For everything else, there's MasterCard.
That was classic. Perfect timing too.
Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Yeah. Did you guys see the Coinbase? I missed that promo for USDC thing announced yesterday? That's fucked up. They made a promotion while they're screwing and freezing people for the sucker time coming. So talk about a pyramid scheme. Come and buy us. Come and buy while we're trying to liquidate the other people out. That's messed up.
Are you joking? Or are you? Oh, he's serious. He's serious.
Listen, hopefully we're all serious on this platform, not talking shit, because this is some serious stuff right now we're talking about. Man, I didn't see that commercial. That's messed up.
Recent volatility, our program, our giveaway is going to be over.
Just hold tight. It will pass eventually. Yeah, tell that for the lady's name, the six figures. This thing makes. I don't know. This is my first official that I've been playing in the bear market. So if everybody said last time was worse or bad. So again, I can't speak for that because hold on to what if there's nothing left to hold when they close it. Because the thing is, people are to be the numbers they say for 2025. More people are gonna come into the space every cycle. So the last few cycles, you were just a nut. This crypto crap. Now, this crypto crap makes us money, and they're watching some people, or they're seeing some people.
Forward me that email that Coinbase sent out, because since I'm not staking on Coinbase or have any money in USDC, I didn't even receive that email.
I need to check. Well, that might be the same for me too. Let me check my own email. Yeah, again, we're trying to be fair.
I agree with you. I think it is a planned event, live and learn. I think the situation, it's a domino effect. You've got what's happening in the banking right now. There's a lot of money there, and you've got all this volatility. And I think we're gonna start seeing this market cool off. I mean, I'm no financial advisor, but I think it's gonna be a great time to buy, and people are gonna be popping out because of financial issues with losing jobs and all this other stuff, and it's gonna be going to be a time for those who want to invest. We've been talking about it all this time, but I think it's kind of strategic to me when Coinbase freezes up or when Coinbase makes it crash. And so it just kind of seems too good to be true on their part for this to happen in conjunction with what's going on as well.
Yeah.
It kind of keeps people's money there.
Yeah.
And then if the prices are back up when your money's released, you've lost. And I've missed out a couple of times with Coinbase crashing when I want to sell or get something. Yeah. So I do think it might be a little strategic. I would hope not, but let's be real. It's the Wild West.
And this is why having different exchanges or familiar yourself with different exchanges. And again, sometimes you have to pay for some of these exchanges like Sleeps talked about. I'm not, again, big fan. I used Coinbase Pro when I was day trading, for a short time. But again, you have to make a decision. And again, cold storage, I'm a big believer in cold storage, managing your own money. And you got to keep an eye out on your account, because things are happening fast. And like I said, this thing is not over yet, and the summer, the prediction for the summer, what could happen, it's not good, because again, that's the deadline for us going to bail out or start printing more money. Something has to give.
Yeah. And I would like to stress that self custody is more than just cold storage. I know that's what actually gets pushed. But
no, I agree. You're right. It's part of doing your own research and knowing and understanding and knowing how to, navigate through these apps and softwares and protect your asset. And again, folks, this is why we have to be fair, because if you're asked simply, like I have talked to friends in the past, early on in the 2018, 2019, they're half a millionaires, they're millionaires, and they can't get shit out. Why? Because they think that, I just tossed the paper, or I had to memorize those or save those 12 characters. Yes, you did. That's your wallet. That's your safe wallet combination. You can't just carelessly just toss it somewhere. That baby needs to go in a safe if you have a safe. You can't put on a computer, save Word document. Hell no, can't do that stuff. And let me preach my preach. Hacking the next coming bull run is gonna be so high. You guys haven't seen hacking yet. So
no, that's bull run. What do you know?
No, I mean worse.
I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying
it's listen. Well, let me say this: companies are lying and blocking the fact that they're getting hacked or being ransomware. Right now, it's small. You could say, I won't say peanuts companies, but it's about to get ramped up. Phishing, all that shit is gonna get to the next level. Protect your assets, secure. You can't. Again, it's not just about set and forget it and buying crypto, getting invested in so-called. I'm investing in crypto. And even now when people say I'm investing, define investing. Buying 1 or 2 coins, not investing. Plugging in, going through this cycle, this season with us is how you start investing in your mind and educating. Because Jesse, again, I'm just meeting Jesse a few weeks now, and Jesse preaching it because it's not just about I'm buying this and that. Even she knows you're actually be holding that much money in Coinbase or any platform because, and I don't know, again, this lady's been in it for a long time. I watched myself and my wife trying to pull money out of Coinbase or do a transaction, buffering. That's why those of us who are seasoned, we say that because
I tried to say
that's the majority of people because it's a public. It's again, everybody's looking for the safe shit.
Yeah, we haven't even hit a bull market yet.
Oh my God.
I mean,
sorry.
If you think traffic is heavy now.
Yes. More people will be coming in, more education. Eventually, people are getting in. And the thing is, you gotta take the time and learn. It's like someone said, failure is part of success. I've learned to fail my way to success. There's been books about that topic. You have to be willing to and take small risks. We're not trying to tell you to go pull all your eggs in one basket and dump it. More banks, my business friend saying more banks to follow. He's an ex-military. I listen to a lot of different information. Stuff that's going in the military. I'm watching this co-op. Stuff that's going behind the scene because this stuff affects us in the U.S. It does, folks. You can't just be narrow-minded and say, I'm just gonna, wait for the bull run, because the bull run could start a few more months after this crash or whatever's gonna happen, after June. Or who could say another crash for when the the debt ceiling, because they always wait till the last minute for the debt ceiling to make a decision, kicking
Thanks, Joe.
the cans down the road. That's all we do. Thanks for the follow. She sent the email screenshot sent sleeps. So everybody, we're all learning, and we're in a learning phase right now. And so again, I'm a big preacher of 2 cycles because I was out in pre-IPO investment, so I did a little investment, thought I was some shit because I saw my account go for the first time more than I ever did in the stock market in years of failing. I should say the word failing in the stock market. Say what?
I said you still think of the shit.
Yeah. See, this is why you got this yesterday with on Dark Horse checking your ass, smart ass. Don't get blocked. I'm so lost in this area.
You got this. You got this.
Let me block you right now. I'm so lost in this area outside of purchasing and invest. So this is why you're here, because it's not, again, giving financial advice. It's just like.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Go back. Rewind. You
What?
said, who got this?
You said that to me. Oh, you talking about yourself?
No.
Who? Who said that?
You said that's why you got this from Dark Horse to the smart ass.
I saw you check your ass yesterday. I left.
He did too.
I know you did too, but I'm making fun of you right now, so it's not about it.
Oh yeah, I told him to go fuck himself.
I heard that. I heard that, and I laughed, and he checked your shit. Shut up, smart ass. Just fucking cook on the shit, man. Cook on the shit. Shut the fuck up. Excuse me. Side comments. But anyway, back to who are we talking to? I can't put something wellness. I'm gonna say wellness. Yeah. It's not like the stock market, this and that, you invest. It's because it's so volatile. So you can't just set it and forget it. Really, 4-year cycle. There's a lot of shit happens. Companies get weeded out. Banks are getting weeded out right now. Bad projects, good projects. And you simply watching the strong projects that's sticking and staying. Like I would say, I used to be against Dogecoin. I can't say much. I would rather say more about Dogecoin than I say about Shiba Inu. Again, full disclosure, I do have a little bit. Well, I have no choice. I mine Doge and Litecoin. But
you need to read this Coinbase thing though.
What happened?
Update that they sent me.
Can you?
Updated terms and conditions on the 22nd and 29th.
Oh, really? What did it say? Could you read what they said to us?
So basically, it's basically what Gary Gensler said in his shit. If your terms and conditions do not explicitly state how you're staking, how that money is derived from staking, and that's sent to the customer, that's basically what Coinbase is doing now. In addition to the fuckery with the USDC.
What are you talking about? Like, okay, everybody knows what the whole point of staking is. Are they talking about how the stakeholders are leasing out and renting out your money? Is that what they're trying to say?
Right. So that Gensler video, the stake all that bullshit.
No.
They basically saying that you can stake and have a centralized staking, but that needs to be in your terms and conditions in detail.
Oh God.
Of how they're actually getting those staking, and that's what Coinbase is doing. In addition to the fuckery that they did with USDC.
And someone talked about Ethereum too. I've heard someone say that about. Is it that you can't stake Ethereum anymore on their platform, or anyone knows about that? There was something mentioned about. I heard someone mention about Ethereum on Coinbase.
It's not in this email. I can definitely tell you.
Oh yeah, they excluded.
Specifically talking about.
Yeah.
Atom, Solana, 88. Tezos.
That was Crypto Chick showed something about that the other day, and they left out Ethereum. She said, they mentioned all these cryptos, but they didn't mention anything about because Ethereum was a big stake for.
Ethereum is still there.
Oh, still there. Okay.
I can actually show you the screen if you need it, but what cryptocurrencies are eligible for staking?
I'm gonna put you up. Oops.
All right.
Come on.
And I thank Live and Learn and Joe for sending that, by the way.
Is it? I think it's this one. Okay, there it is.
All right, so Ethereum is still there. Which
So-
cryptocurrencies are eligible for staking?
What? They list one. What the hell? Dag. This is almost like how they did Airbnb. Oh, you gotta have all these disclosures, and landlords and owners have to be. Now they're breaking it down for you. Additional Coinbase on staking process.
Check this shit out though in the email. Terms and conditions staking with Coinbase.
Could you turn your camera around so we could read it flat? Oh, damn, it's worse. It's worse. It's worse. Oh, I thought it was going to be better. It's worse. Okay. Go ahead, be a reader. Your best voice, as they say.
I'm going to fuck you up whenever I see you.
Shut up. Listen, folks, there's a pond, so if I'm going missing a pond down in the North Carolina, you know where my ass is. Go ahead. All right, enough joking. Let's go.
Technically, they actually won't, though. Keep going down the street.
So what? Sounds funny. Anyway, go ahead.
All right. It says you earn rewards from the protocol, not Coinbase. Coinbase acts only as a service, connecting you to the validators and the protocol. We pass along any rewards earned from staking minus the transparent Coinbase fee. In rare cases, your staked assets may be lost due to network penalties or other errors.
Wow. Wasn't it, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't it Ledger that they were staking with when they were doing staking? Because I remember they had a half-ass staking process back in the day when I started. I thought it was Ledger because it was like, and this is why I don't like third-party shit. You know, I remember seeing that, and then.
Oh, damn. So as soon as I clicked on learn more, I got the updated terms and conditions to agree to.
Oops. That means everybody.
But I'm not staking, but yeah, starting March 29th, our terms and conditions for staking are changing.
So,
yeah, I understand.
Tasana, any question we could answer for you right now?
Assets will continue staking.
Since you say you feel like you lost. So we're having a deeper conversation. So I know you start coming maybe new. We're talking about what's going on with the banking system and the potential collapse that could affect a lot of us because they're trying to attack crypto right now. So this is a more of a deeper conversation. Money has been free. A lot of analysis created. Many so-called business models. So stop sticking in Coinbase. Yeah, Joseph, stop sticking in Coinbase. You know, I've never been a big fan of staking on Coinbase. You know, especially because you get better yield. You know.
That was when I really was in crypto in 2017.
Everybody. Is that the one with the two buttons? The two buttons? Yeah.
My nano S.
No, that's the S. Yeah. Yep.
That's where the money came.
Just say Andy said Kimberly Sleeps is a PS5 guy. More of an Xbox man myself. That's a lot of high security. He's IT, so
he collects so much dust.
See, he's about his money because he left that and put inside mining on that baby. CPU mining.
Like,
Joe, I prefer crypto.
I'm actually gonna give away a PS5 actually. I mean, I'm sorry, don't hold me to that. I did not mean PS5.
You see? No, we locked your ass in there. You said it. You said crypto unions mining? Is that a thing? Or is that someone's name? Let me switch back. What do I do? X you at? Nobody mess you up. I'm gonna X you. Oh no.
No, man,
How do I?
I'm an Xbox guy.
How do I? No, I forgot how to take you down now.
I'm gonna give this one away though. Modded 360, Super Nintendo
Oh, that's
games,
nice.
about 20,000 Nintendo games, Super NES.
Damn, 20,000.
Yes, this is a modified Xbox 360. I'm gonna do a live and give this away.
Is this in the memory stick or how you have 20,000 games?
So there's a 250 gig.
Oh, okay.
Upgraded mod chip inside.
Oh, damn.
Also.
That's how long I haven't played video game. I didn't even know they put a memory hard drive in there now.
Yeah, I'll probably get this away on a live next week.
Sweet.
So definitely tune in next week.
So for those who don't want to pay attention to cryptocurrency as it's going down the drain, here's your entertainment value, you know, because it's gonna be rough.
No doubt.
How do I switch it back? Damn. Oh, I see it. I got you.
You switched.
Yeah, I forgot, man. I forgot. Are you back?
We are getting old, man. We are getting old.
Tell me about it, man. Jeez. Okay, I got you. Got fat fingers. All right. Anybody? Jesse left. Who had that?
Andy said all faith has been restored. Yeah, man. Always that's bots.
Can't have enough security, man.
And I'm lying about that.
Joe, is that thing prepping money? Joe Crypto, is that the same person? No. Sleeps. Because I had a question for him. Who's all right? Still 450. Any question? We could switch to talking about mining for those who want to know about mining. What are those nice? It's gonna be on. Damn, it's 5 o'clock. So I'm trying to go back to the person that's. You shouldn't feel overwhelmed. You gotta take things slow. There's a lot of information to take in. You gotta start from basics, fundamentals, and basically, taking everything with a grain of salt and just be a sponge and learn. That's all. So you could do, because it's a lot of information. And I talk about mining as well, investing. So, you might get overwhelmed with that because start with baby steps. Because I didn't start mining right away. I learned about crypto, invested in crypto before I even was considering mining. So, and I have an IT background, so a small business background. So be mindful of that too. You know what? LTC, I want to say it's almost like similar to Bitcoin, which is what I say all the time, because LTC, you don't get that much LTC. Actually, I could know for sure because, and again,
That's not true.
It varies. Well, I was going to say it varies based on the miner. So excuse me, because different miners have different hash rates, but price-wise, it's less. And also, if you're in the bear market mining, you're probably doing better off. They're having a halving soon. So what is that? Let me see the halving.
Halving is in August for Litecoin, and it'll still be worth mining.
But it's based on the miner that you have, because he has big boys, professional miners, and those things crunk a lot of.
I got the small ones also.
Well, I know for me, I have boxes and they don't produce that much, and I don't even pay attention to it because I get more torch out of it, and I just accumulate my LTCs. So, but there's a big gap in differences in how much it produces, but and again, a lot of people but also look at the value of the price of LTC, which is tremendously high, and it's very stable as well too. So if it's an alternative source by mining it, and again, if you compare it to what Bitcoin is not, then yeah, it's worth it because there's not going to be much. The amount of money power it takes to mine Bitcoin come after the halving is going to be not worth it, in my opinion, of course. Oh, you want me to put you back up again because it's showing this. Those are what, Litecoins? That's backwards.
All right, so like you did say, once these come out,
we can't hear you well.
Basically, once any large miner comes out,
damn, that's a big ass professional miner he got.
Anyone who has the older equipment is gonna get way less because this performs, I don't know, 19 times the performance of one of these.
And a lot more electricity. What's the hash rate of those? You got 4 of those?
I got 3 of these,
and what's the hash rate?
Yeah.
Oh, you got
620
combined?
No, each.
Damn, 620 terahash? Oh, mega hash.
Mega hash.
Oh,
Mega
okay,
hash.
about to say,
Yeah.
good lord. I was like, he's filthy wealthy. Damn. But that's still good. You know? Living us at sleep of the wild. Yeah. Can I get a spare? Actually, can I mix my thing? Oh, you have all Bitmins, so I don't think I could mix them. Yeah. That's a big boy right there. Oh, you got your stock on. You just got one? You just got one of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got 3 of them. So, and speaking about speculation, so stock one is another coin that no one knows about that I mine for full disclosure. But again, all about speculation of taking risks because it's a rare coin that no one pays attention to. But I don't even know the potential what it's going to do. But it's a good little mineable, baby. That's the heat. 68, 71, 72. And he's outdoors. Well, he got a little ventilation, right? That's the heat, right? 129, 130, 131. I think it's going up. Oh, damn, that's a CKB. You wasn't kidding. That has 2 processors. Damn. That is hot. Feeling hot, hot, hot. And that's why when they produce that much coin, that's why they require a lot of power. 87. 87 degrees. I think he did because he was swapping out his fan. He said, Andy was asking a question about that. 94. Is that just dust accumulating? Because that's another thing I had to deal with too.
But these are the blowers that they actually use in grow tents, or like the cannabis grow tents. So I'm using that to take all that heat right now. We'll have quantum mines by that time. So as soon as those release, I'll upgrade, sell all these. I'll pick up the new ones.
Yep. And that's not a bull run strategy. He's mining Litecoin, which mines also Dogecoin as well too. They all like. I'm sorry, no. You saw something coming. There's CKB in there. The one gray one on the top is
So I'm mining CPU, Epic Cash. I'm ASIC mining Litecoin, Dogecoin, CKB,
and STC.
and Starcoin.
Yeah, Starcoin. Listen, that's a personal question. How many coins over what period of time? You want to answer that?
In the garage, man.
How many coins? Well, we just mentioned the coin names. So you got Light, Doge, CKB, Starcoin, Epic. These
And Andy,
5,
that's
6.
actually silent. That's 35 decibels. With the stock bands that were taken off, they were actually 80.
Listen, you could still heat your house with them. Just get the ASICs. You just his Litecoin is the biggest loud of all that's making that much noise. You said the CKB is making a lot of noise too, right? No, I'm just messing with you, man.
CKBs, I would say, are actually, CKBs are decently loud too.
And that's because, well, they have two processors in them. That's why, because mine don't make that much. Because I have the older generation, the C. Well, so that he asks, does the coin pay for the expense? The record says no, because we're in a bear market too. So there's like in my ebook guy, I talked about that. It's all about strategy. I would say if you're gonna mine.
Price action hero. Which coin are you talking about?
In general, he's
pay for the expense?
In general, or Litecoin, I guess, because that's the biggest one of all.
Litecoin is profitable. That could pay for the electric. Plus, I would have profit several, probably $200 or $300, $400 deep, depending on whatever the price is.
And also, do you have solar if you're doing other things, or energy that you get at home? All these factors come into play, and how efficient is your environment.
The smaller miners are not profitable. Actually, mine is negative.
So,
but I'm willing to get those coins because I like how many coins they're actually generated. So I'll sacrifice $1 per day.
And that's the same for me. A lot of my coins are not profitable. And again, it's a different philosophy of strategy that's being played because they accumulate a lot.
I can tell you that large miner can actually cover the electric bill for all of these, and plus I would still have profit.
Are you doing that out of your house, or is it do you rent a separate location?
No, this is out of our home.
And I don't know if you've been in the space a lot, because there's just some pros and cons of going to a hosting place, because I've been watching that. I talked about that in my ebook as well, because a lot of them have shut down and a lot of them being bought out as well. So there's a give and take. And there was a comment made a while back, is like, when you shut down, are you going to send people back their miners? So that's the thing, so I host my own miners myself. I don't go on taking them a third party place. And also, if you're watching the industry too, this winter, a lot of the big corporations, they actually been buying the mining farms. So that's a different caveat.
I wasn't thinking in terms of renting somebody else's shit. I was thinking in terms of, I'm not gonna put that in my house, right? I don't want to look at the space for it. It's inconvenient. But
Listen,
I live in Puerto Rico. You know what? Let me show you the fucking one.
Well, here's the thing, just because you see us have a lot, like Steve said, we have a lot of miners, but it doesn't matter. Like let me show you mine. Steve, I'm gonna switch you, because I have just a few right now where I'm at, but I always tell people, man, start with one, because you see, we're advanced. When you see things like that, we're doing advanced, like, professional miners, more like, mining farms per se. Even though it's a small scale, it is like a mining farm we're building. So you can't compare us to what you're going to start off with, because we didn't all start out like that. I don't know about sleeps though. Let me just switch my camera for a second. But go ahead, you want to show us something? Price, you want to show us something? Let me show you. Let me flip my camera.
I was just like fucking. I don't think that doesn't really matter. I live in a communal area where I can't put like, I got all these homes like right. So like you got all these homes like right next to each other. Like
so
kind of noise, like cat. Yeah, but I can't disturb the neighborhood.
You're not listening.
Wow. Hold on 1 second. Are you guys going? I'll see you in a couple hours. All right, cool. Family tea time. All right. Sorry about that.
But first, the difference is that it's all about your vision and what you see. I said it's all about your vision and where you want to start, because like this is where Sleeps Nine differs. Like you don't have to start big, and this is where I say people get intimidated by seeing so much that this and that. Even myself in my house, I can't have a big. I have the biggest I have is a light miner. I bought a CK6, and the damn thing I couldn't turn it on. So everybody's different, and I always tell you start light, start small, and experience it, because the light, like one CKB, like again, you listen to a whole combined miners in there. That's why it's loud. 35 decibels is the most common size to start small. They're not that loud. Basically, it's a humming noise you hear. You know, I'm in my office. I'm talking to you at the same time.
Why? Like I don't like why start small? You know, man. Like if the process works.
No, because
Like when I rent out 1,000 square feet.
so you're contradicting yourself right now because you're worried about noise. The bigger miners, see, you're not educated yet, so that's why you jump in the gun. And this is where Sleepy and I had this argument because you don't know how loud a big miner, like you saw that big light miner here, that's 80 decibels. I don't know if you know what 80 decibels sounds like. It's loud. And actually, that's why what's driven over the smaller miners right now. Am I right, Sleep?
Mine is actually 35 decibels.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine is actually 35 decibels because I modified to put those fans on. So
And
it would actually be twice as loud as what you heard if you actually found out.
so
What is your whole setup? What does that cost you? Like $5 grand, 10 grand, 20 grand?
you talking about with electricity?
Probably good over 20, I would say, because I sold. So right before last bull run, I purchased a miner on eBay that was brand new from the seller. Reputable selling $2,000 Litecoin miner. It was one of the best ones at the time. Second best, I think. I had two L3 miners. It cost me $100 from a friend in Jordan, a guy that had us out from Russia. Fast forward, I turned them on, mined a shit ton, mined about 30, 35, 40 Litecoins in 7 to 8 months. Sold those 40 Litecoins around $400 a coin at the Litecoin top price. Made very decent money. Then put those same miners on eBay, sold those for $7,000. Those actual miners only cost me $2,300, $2,400 max.
And
So I
that
profited 40 Litecoins at $400 a coin. Plus eBay took their $1,000 fee because they're assholes. Unless they sponsor me one day, then they won't be. But anyways,
take that back.
I made plenty of profit with that, and that's what I used to purchase this mine.
So there's a lot of strategy in that play, and also he was talking about in the bull run going towards. We are 2 years away, so therefore you're going to be paying the price if you're going to do it now, and that's why you're going to be holding if you're going to hold as a strategy versus trying to sell. And there's nothing really profitable right now to be, taking advantage of. So you have to consider those factors too, going big. So if noise is an issue for you, you got to think about that. Go ahead.
But these small miners like myself and like Multi and anyone else, we have to keep up with the ever-changing technology with the new miners coming out, because if we don't buy them, somebody else will. Somebody like yourself that may want to invest and actually see the numbers and crunch the numbers and actually see, oh, this is a bear market, great time to buy these miners. You may get 10, get you a warehouse, a small shed. Maybe you have solar, maybe you have cheap electricity. I got to compete with stuff like this right here.
That's the big
I got a Litecoin pool.
cost, yeah.
That's
cost.
Okay.
The biggest, yeah.
Say that we didn't hear you at the
but-
beginning. Could you price? Could you repeat that?
Expense, I imagine, is the cost of power.
Yes,
Yes.
it is.
The only expense, but the great thing is I knew that heading in, and I made that decision accordingly. Like when I actually go to asicminervalue.com and I'm looking at these costs and going to DX pool, F2 pool, doing these calculations, I'm knowing that the bear market's going to come, so I'm calculating a 50% loss. So I know when I'm looking at these numbers, I'm not going to get $150 every day.
Exactly.
So I need to calculate that I'm only going to get $45 per day, and know that day is going to come, and if I'm okay with that.
And also the cost of
per day
electricity. Most people don't consider that. Even though we look at the big numbers of profit, what you got to read in your head, deduct the electricity costs because to see the real true return. And also don't forget that the fluctuation, because we are in a bear market. Because again, I think he said when he was buying it, the market was going down. So even though it says that currently, but the only thing to your advantage you can say is that you're accumulating more coins during that time.
Can you
Sure.
Can you switch the screen real quick so I can show them something?
No problem. Go ahead.
All right, so we have to compete with people like this that have solar, that have renewable energy. This is litecoinpool.org. So anytime somebody mines Litecoin, they get Dogecoin because it's merged mine.
Sure.
That's in their code.
Yeah.
It was voted governance and everything. So this number one miner is making 574 Litecoins a day. Granted, Litecoin is down a shit ton, but if we remember, not even 2 to 3 weeks ago, Litecoin was $100 a coin. From the coin get-go, 574.8, because we're going to do this exact. That's $39,000 a day at this current price that this person's making mining.
Yeah, I imagine.
We don't know what their electricity costs.
Yeah, I imagine.